Hello, everybody. Are we live? I think we're live. Good evening and good day to all of you, wherever you are. I never imagined I would be doing an IPL live stream on this channel, but here we are. So let's first see who all is there. I can see Piyush, Rohit, Foxbait, Siddhant, Trinay, Abhishek, Shlok, Sakit, Piyush, Hardik, Kolvan official, Shubham, Mayur, Sahil, Code Lessons, Anish, Sujal, and lots of other people. Good evening, good day to all of you. Great to be with you watching an IPL match. So, I'm a huge fan of sports, but I haven't watched IPL in years. In years. It's been like, I don't know how many years it's been. I haven't watched the IPL. I watched the initial season of the IPL. I thought it was a very good idea to have a professional league for any kind of sport in India. And I was hoping that maybe it'll translate itself to hockey, football, kabaddi, other things. So there is some of that happening, but it's still not taken off really in other sports. And IPL, it's a good thing. The thing is about the IPL, I have not seen for many years because the thing is they keep chopping and changing the teams. It's hard to follow a team and a set of players and all that. But this year I thought, let me get back into watching sport, watching cricket, and I thought, why not do a live stream? So obviously I will not be streaming the match over here because I don't want to get sued by the broadcasters and all that. So I'm gonna be watching it. I'm gonna be maybe doing some commentary, and between overs, etc., I'm gonna be taking questions from you and answering your questions, and having a conversation. So that is what I. So it's an experiment that I'm doing. Let's see how it goes. Let's hang out together, watch sport, watch cricket, and also we can do some Q&A and things like that. So I hope we can do that. So I think right now the match is between Delhi Capitals and who else is it? LSG. What is LSG? Lucknow Super Giants. I don't even know these teams. I mean, they keep on creating new teams. How many teams do you have in the IPL? Is it 10? Is it 8? Not sure. And Mr. Lee says, please don't do commentary, just answer questions. I'm here to watch the match. I'm here to watch the match. I'll also answer questions. How about that? So that's LSD. So is it LSG? LSD? What is it? Yeah, somebody, Harsh is saying it is LSD. Yeah, right. It's LSG, Lucknow Super Giants. I think it's a new team that they have come up with. And there is this team called Delhi Capitals. So the match has not yet started, I think. They're showing some kind of highlights or replays or something. So in the meanwhile, before the match starts, if you have questions, ask me questions and I'll be happy to answer your questions. So I can see there are no questions here. Where did you start? Where have you ended? Great to see. All right, all right. You keep doing different things, don't you? Okay, let's take some questions. Himanshu says, with our non-aligned stance, we are pressing the nerves of the US. So, is this in some way will impact our economy, and which bloc is good for us? Because it will be difficult to be neutral in a bipolar world. We are not non-aligned. India is not a non-aligned nation anymore. People still have this hang up of the non-aligned movement, which is something that dates back to the days of Mr. the Great, the incredible, the magnificent Mr. Nehru. So non-alignment is something that India was following in those days, and maybe even later in the 21st century. Right now, India is not a non-aligned nation. India is aligned with itself. India pursues its own interests. So that's the stance of India right now. It is not a non-aligned stance. And of course, the US doesn't like it. The US would want India to be firmly in the US camp, and the US would want India to be essentially like the other Western European nations, a de facto US colony. That's what the US would like to do. Now, I have spoken about this in the past that in the West you have this racist attitude towards India. Well, I would not characterize the US behavior as racist behavior. The US behavior is the behavior of a bully. A bully. That's what they do to everybody. They do it with Japan, they do it with Germany, they do it with France, they do it with the UK, they do it with everybody. Right now, they are bullying Russia. They have bullied Ukraine and pushed them into this confrontation with Russia, and see who's suffering. So the US is trying to bully India as well. They want us to become their colony. They want us to toe their line. Democracy is just for namesake. The so-called rules-based international order. It's nice to talk about that, but it doesn't. It exists only in fiction and in fantasy. So they are trying to bully us, and they want India to cut off all relations with Moscow, with Mr. Putin, with Russia, and become a complete US colony. The Quad, look at the members of the Quad. You have Japan, which is a US colony. You have Australia, which is a US colony. Who is the third? The third one is the US, of course, the big bully, and there's India. So India is the odd duck out in the Quad, the only non-US colony in the four nation bloc. So they want us also to become a US colony. They want us to purchase all our arms and ammunition and oil and gas and everything from the US. Be completely dependent on the US. That's what they would like us to be. And obviously, we will not do that because it's not good for us. A monopoly is terrible. A monopoly is a very asymmetric power relation. So that's the kind of relation the US seeks to establish with all nations. And India is against that. India wants to remain autonomous. Nowadays, the term is strategic autonomy, or whatever it is. It means that you are aligned with your own national interest and you will do what's best for yourself. So that's where we are today. Obviously, it is difficult to be neutral in a bipolar world. Well, the world is not yet bipolar. The world is not yet bipolar. The world is right now multipolar. The US wants a bipolar world, and they are cajoling the Chinese into abandoning Russia. And then we'll make the world bipolar. There are two big impediments to a bipolar world. There's not one big problem, there are two big problems that the bipolarization proponents are grappling with. The two big issues are Russia and India. As long as Russia and India pursue independent foreign policies and internal policies that are in tune with their own self interest, as long as that happens, you will not have a bipolar world. The US seeks a G2 kind of world with two big poles, the US led bloc and the Chinese led bloc. That's what they seek. That's what they would like to have. They would like to go back to a Cold War like scenario like we had in the 20th century. That's what they seek. But as long as India exists and it's reasonably independent and strong and growing, and as long as Russia also is the way it is today, you will not have a bipolar world. So the two big impediments are Russia and India. There are no other big nations that can play the role that India and Russia can play. So that's the problem. And that's why they are bullying us. And they are obviously bullying the Russians as well. They have imposed every single sanction you can imagine on Russia. I heard today that they even sanctioned the two daughters of Vladimir Putin. And what did those two ladies do? I don't know. Anyway, so there are no rules. The so-called rules-based international order is a myth. Right. So, Himanshu, you are right. It is going to be difficult to be neutral in a bipolar world. So, let's not make the world a bipolar place. The US would like the world to be bipolar. Maybe even the Chinese may like it. But right now, it is not in China's interests to have a starkly bipolar world. A multipolar world is better for China right now until they rise to where they want to rise. Then they would want a unipolar world, not even a bipolar world. The Chinese dream, the great dream of President Xi Jinping, and the great dream of the great Chinese dream of the Chinese Communist Party is a monopolar, unipolar world where China is the center of the universe and everybody comes and pays tribute to China. So that is the great Chinese dream. The Chinese don't seek bipolarity. The Chinese eventually want monopolarity, unipolarity. So that's the conflict we are seeing right now. The US wants bipolarization. The Chinese seek a monopolar world. India, as it stands, and Russia also as it stands, would want to have a multipolar world. So there are these. The US has a certain world that they want to create. They envisage a certain kind of world. The Chinese envisage a different kind of world. India envisages hopefully a certain kind of world, and so on and so forth. So there are these different world views that are currently in conflict with each other. So that's where we are. It's obviously going to be difficult for India. It's going to be, it's right now it's a tightrope walk that we are doing. We are walking, we are doing a very fine balancing act. So, what India needs is to grow its economy. Grow the economy. If your economy grows, your military strength also grows, your influence grows. And as long as you don't bully other nations and exploit other nations, you will be able to attract like minded nations with yourself. Right now, India and France have a very good relationship. You could call it a strategic kind of relationship and so on. And the French have always resisted American bullying. They are a member of NATO, but they don't toe the line of the US. And the US has been punishing them on and off for that. For instance, the French had this submarine deal with the Australians, and the Australians, who are a US colony, had to break off that deal, and now they have decided to purchase extremely expensive American submarines to, to please the masters. So the French suddenly have been left with nothing. And they are very unhappy with that. Obviously, they would be, right? Why won't you be? Why would you be happy with that sort of thing? So, as you can see, the US is a big bully. I mean, you are that size, you will be a bully. I mean, you can choose to be a bully. So that's the kind of world we are living in. We don't India for from India's perspective, we don't want a bipolar world. We want a multipolar world. We need to resist any attempt to make the world a bipolar place, because if there are only two poles, then India is non-significant, insignificant, and so is Russia, and so is anybody else. It means you have two monopolies on power and everything else. It means if the world becomes bipolar, it means that India would either be completely destroyed, fragmented, or India's economy will be completely uh, subsidiary to another nation's economy, most likely the US. So not good, not good. So for India, we don't want a bipolar world. That's what I can say. Okay, today I've kept the what is it called, super chat on, because why not? It's been a year. So there is the super chat question by Pratik. Why is Zelensky not understanding the destruction of his country and other parties stopping him to stop the war and agree to Russian demands? So somebody asked me, I don't know, last week or something, uh, what is the national interest and how does every nation decide what its national interest is? Is there some organization, institute, or something that decides what the national interest is and tells the leader what to do or not? And the answer is most nations, unfortunately, don't follow their national interest. If you have a corrupt leader, let's look at Sri Lanka. See what happened in Sri Lanka. The Sri Lanka took these ridiculous loans from the Chinese. Was it in line with Sri Lanka's national interest to take loans with such ridiculous interest rates and repayment terms and all that? It essentially makes Sri Lanka a Chinese colony. And yet the Sri Lankans did that under the Rajapaksas. Why is that? Because China has what's known as checkbook diplomacy. They will tell the leader, the corrupt leader of a country, what do you need? Kitna chahiye? What's your price? You tell me your price, I'll pay you. And then you do this thing. You sign on the dotted line, you take up this loan, and that's it. Then you can go and enjoy your life, and we will deal with your country. So, in the case of Zelensky, he's not a democratically. See, what happened in 2014 was a coup in Ukraine. There was a democratically elected government. It was ousted undemocratically and unconstitutionally per the Ukrainian constitution. And a new leadership was put in place, which was a US puppet regime. And Zelensky is a continuation of that, right? So now, if he is in the US pocket, obviously he will do what the US wants. The US wants to use Ukraine as the cannon fodder to start a war with Russia, a big conflict with Russia, and they hope to destroy the Russian economy, destroy Russia, and hopefully, if things go really bad, then maybe even Putin will be ousted from power, and then they will have this. They will be able to achieve. They will be one step closer to the dream of a bipolar world. So Zelensky is a puppet. Zelensky doesn't care about his national interest. That's my assessment of Zelensky. You may disagree, some people may disagree. Fine, let's agree to disagree. From my perspective, Zelensky, who does Zelensky serve? The crucial question when it comes to leaders is very simple. Who does he or she serve? And how do you decide? How do you determine who a leader serves? Not by their words. Zelensky is good at talking. He's an entertainer. He's an actor, comedian, right? So he'll be good at talking. He'll be good at giving great speeches, inspiring, inspirational speeches. But look at the actions and look at where those actions have taken his country. Oh, the match is starting. Jason Holder is bowling. Anyway, so yeah, so that's the thing. Zelensky is he's leading his country towards destruction. His country no longer exists the way it existed, in February, in the first week of February. You're gonna have big bites taken out of Ukraine. Novorossiya will be created by the Russians. There'll be a rump state to the west. Even the Belarusians will maybe take some pieces out of Ukraine and whatever. And even if Zelensky stays in power, he's gonna be leader only in name, right? The Russians have very clear demands. You agree that you will not ever be part of NATO. You be neutral, and then that's what they seek. But obviously, Zelensky has certain masters who he has to please, and he essentially is a sock puppet. What is a sock puppet? It's a puppet that you wear on your hand, and then you make the mouth speak, but actually it's your voice that comes out. So he's a sock puppet of the US, of the West, of NATO. Now people say that I am very, very anti-West and all that. I mean, look at the actions of the West in the past 500 years. Hmm? So that's just what it is, right? So that is what's happening. That's why Zelensky is not understanding. He understands very well what's happening. He can see in front of his eyes what's happening to his country. It's possible that he is no longer in his country. It's possible that he is somewhere else and pretending to be in his country with a nice green screen behind him. See, when you have a green screen, you can put any kind of background behind you. In my case, I don't have a green screen. I have real stuff here. But if I put a green screen behind me, I could pretend like I'm in New York or Manhattan or Tokyo or wherever I want on a beach. So so that's what it is, right? So that is what Zelensky is up to. Unfortunately, he is not really representing the people of Ukraine. He doesn't have their best interests at heart, and there is something in it for him also, right? Because he has now been elevated to the level of a Che Guevara or something by the West, and so on and so forth. So that is where Mr. Zelensky is, and that is the thing about him. Now let me see what is the situation with the match. It looks like it is live now. LSG won the toss and chose to bowl, and 3 for no loss after three balls. Good. And Mr. Holder is bowling to whom? To Mr. Warner. Mr. Warner, the Australian. Yeah, Mr. Warner, very, very nice guy. You know his history, right? He was involved in that, what is it called? The sandpaper gate. Australians. I mean, I have been watching cricket for long. I'm a huge fan of sport. Okay. I'm a huge fan of sport. I used to love playing sport whenever I was allowed to as a kid. I'm a very, I'm a very, in public life, I'm a very calm, quiet person. You may not see me that way because I do talk, but I'm usually a quiet person, right? So as a kid, I was a very quiet kid mostly, but when I was on the sports field, my true personality would come out. I am a very competitive person. I enjoy sport, any kind of sport. I've always been a bookworm. I read a lot, but the only thing that prevented me from becoming a complete nerd, like like people would say, is that I love sport, I'm good at sport, and I enjoy sport. So I have been in India. That's only cricket mostly, right? So I was watching. I watched Test cricket for a long time, and I would notice something about the Australians. Whenever they would come to India on these flat pitches, their bowlers, the Australian bowlers, would get the ball to swing on Indian pitches, and Indian bowlers would not get the same kind of swing. Glenn McGrath, the Australian fast bowler, medium pacer, he would get the ball to swing like nobody else could on Indian pitches. I always wondered, how is it that he gets to do this? Clearly, there was some sandpaper involved, right? Anyway, let's see some more questions. Aussies are very racist. Do you feel that? I do feel so. I do feel that. It's not just a question of the Australians, it's the English speaking people who are very racist. They are the English, the Anglo culture is different from European culture. Even Europeans in mainland Europe have a history of racism, no doubt about that. But the English speaking world is at a higher level of racism. In the case of the US, I've lived there on three different occasions. In the US, you don't face the kind of racism you face in Europe, actually. But when it comes to the UK and all, their attitude is that way. And the Australians, well, you know what Ian Botham said about the Australians? What did he say about Australia? He said it'll be great to go and play in Sydney in front of 100,000 convicts. That's what he said. That's not my words. That is the words of Ian Botham. So the Australians, if you know their history, it's very interesting. The original Australian population was a population of convicts who were transported from England, from the UK, permanently to this island. So there were two choices: you are either executed, killed, or you are transported forever. So that's how it was. So the original population of the Australians, the white Australians, was convicts who were transported there for life. So Australia was essentially an open prison, a continent sized prison, and it was stolen land, obviously. The true natives of Australia, the true Australians, are what is now called the Australian Aborigines. Australian Aboriginal people. It is their land that the whites have stolen. The English speaking people have stolen. So there's an incredible amount of racism in Australia. They have a history of being racist, and you will see that coming out on the cricket field. Nowadays it's all nice, nice. No, no, no. Racism is bad, but historically they've been very racist. Okay, Sheila Ditya says you oh my God. Mr. Sheila Ditya says you went from being an astrophysicist to a far right conspiracy theorist, spreading propaganda for the ruling party and our supreme leader. Wow. यार मोदी जी unemployment को कितना obvious नहीं कर whatever. All right, so thank you for your inputs. I appreciate it, and it's very nice of you to even okay, whatever. I wish I was paid for whatever I say, but no, nothing. Sadly. All right, let's go somewhere else. Mm, are you aware about CUET, One Nation, One Exam? What's your take on this? Is this the first step towards standardization in the education system of India? I'm not quite sure what CUET is. One Nation, One Exam sounds like a very good idea. One Nation, One Exam. I mean, that's something we should have so that everyone knows where they stand from a integrated perspective. For instance, if you have somebody at the 10th standard level in, let's say, Assam, somebody in Gujarat, somebody in Tamil Nadu, and they all have different boards and they all have different ways of grading the marks. For instance, it's quite common, I believe, in Maharashtra to have 99%, 100% marks that people get in their exams, whereas in some other states, even 70% would be an extraordinary achievement. So, how do you judge who stands where in comparison to each other? There has to be standardization at a national scale. So, if such a scheme is being implemented or possibly going to be implemented in the future, it's a very good thing. I welcome it, but I still haven't heard about that. And the thing is, education, well, it's one thing to pass exams, but do you actually learn something? That's the other thing you do consider. So the education system needs to be overhauled. I mean, at a very deep level, and it needs a fundamental overhaul. It's not just about having. It's a good step to have a one nation, one exam kind of system, but the exam also should actually test how much you know, how much you have actually learned something, as opposed to how much you can memorize. Because you memorize for the exam, and next week, once you give the exam, you can forget it because you don't need that anymore. The purpose is served, but that doesn't really help you progress in life and give you any real skills and confidence to deal with the world. So that's what I can say, but I will look it up what the CUET thing is. I will look it up for sure. All right, let's take some questions. I am not looking at the IPL at all. ये क्या हो रहा है? I should. Okay, let's take Harsh's question. What's the future of US ties if it, as per the latest news, to decide what's better for us? Can we afford to act like the Saudis or submit to the new world order? It all depends on how strong we are. If we are strong enough, powerful enough, if in that case we can do what is in our national interest. If we are weak like the Germans, like the Japanese, then we will have to submit to the greater power, the US. So India is in a good position reasonably compared to nations like Japan, nations like Australia, nations like the UK, nations like New Zealand or Germany or Ukraine. India is in a much better position. We have a very good geographical location in the Indian Ocean region. We have a good growing economy. We have excellent people. We have a very vibrant young population who have a lot of potential. So we have these things. The thing is, our leaders need to find a way to have another decade or 2 decades of peace and stability. And that, if we do that, then our economy will grow to, and it will cross the $10 trillion mark. And that's what we need, So the future of ties, it depends. See, the US, like I said, is a bully. It's a big bully. It bullies everybody, not just India. I mean, look at the way it deals with Germany. Look at the way it deals with Japan. Australia is essentially a US corporation. That's what Australia is. Australia is a US corporation. New Zealand is like, it's in the pocket of Australia. So it's not even dealt with by the US, it's dealt with by Australia. So compared to all that, India is in a much better position. Now, how do you deal with a bully? How do you deal with a blackmailer? If you give in to blackmail, the blackmail will continue in installments. If you give in to a bully, you're going to get bullied every day. It's never going to stop. If you give in once, it's going to continue. To deal with a bully, you're going to stand up to the bully and say, it's not going to work. Sorry, I can deal with you. So that's what India needs to do. India needs to find the right way of doing it. India needs to walk the tightrope, which is happening right now. India has a very good foreign minister and a very good foreign policy, the best foreign policy I've seen during my lifetime. And before my lifetime, India did not even have a foreign policy. So yeah, things are fine. Things are better, I would say. Um, Okay, what else do we have? Let's see some more questions. Many ways. Okay, let's see. Ayan, my good friend Ayan. There are many waves of migration, and there has been a recent archaeological discovery in Tamil Nadu, which proves the Dravidians settled before North Indians. I am not aware of any archaeological discovery that tells you it is a Dravidian settlement or. Okay. We have to ask ourselves a very fundamental question. This Aryan Dravidian divide that we speak about, everybody has bought into this, and I don't blame everybody for buying into it. That's what we are taught from the moment we are born, the moment we go to school. Is there any mention of the word Aryan and Dravidian in any Indian literature, any Indian history? In ethnic terms, in Sanskrit, the word Arya exists. Even South Indian, Southern Indian people are called Aryas. It depends on your behavior, on your character, on your personality. If your behavior is noble, you are Arya. So it's an adjective, it's not an ethnic term. Our Persian cousins who left India many thousand years ago, they started using that as an ethnic term. So that is something that they did. We never did that. No, so the term Aryan is a foreign term. It's been created by the English speaking people to divide the country. Once again, with the term Dravidian, where do you find in, let's say, the Sangam literature, in the Thodakapiyam or whatever, do you find the term Dravidian somewhere? No, you don't find it. Yeah, somebody will pull out something somewhere, some term somewhere. Once it was used, apparently, Damila or something like that, and they have turned that into Dravidian. So these are inventions. Now, I am not aware of. If you have a link or something, I'll be happy to take a look at it. But I am not aware of any archaeological discovery that proves anything that Dravidians came first, or Aryans came first, or North Indians came first. Come on, man. We know for a fact that the Indian population that lives in India today uh, has genetic lineages, both patrilineal and matrilineal lineages, that date back 60, 70,000 years. Whether you're living in North India or South India or East or West, wherever, right? And even the people from Eastern Asia, even their deep genetic lineages, deep genetic ancestry goes back to ancient India, 60, 70,000 years ago. So that's where we are, and that's what I can say about this. Right. Do you miss Gale and AB de Villiers? Yeah, Gale was good. He was very entertaining. Universe boss. AB de Villiers, I don't know what happened. I think he got old or something. He retired and then he tried to come back, did not work. The thing about sports is that after a certain age, especially if you're a batsman, you don't do well. It's not because your physical ability is diminished, it's because your eyesight slowly, imperceptibly becomes weaker. The reason why these batsmen in the after they reach the age of 33, 34, why does their ability diminish? It's because the eyesight, it becomes slightly weaker over time, you know. So they can't see the ball, they can't track the ball the way they used to when they were 25 or even 30. So that's what happened. So yeah, it was fun while it lasted. Gale was entertaining, so was AB de Villiers, but I'm sure there are new interesting cricketers around. And I can see Mr. Prithvi Shaw is batting right now and is hammering the ball. There's a guy called Avish who's bowling. And once again, the ball goes to the boundary. So Delhi Capitals 31 for no loss and 35 for no loss in 3.3 overs. There used to be a team called Deccan Chargers, right? What happened to Deccan Chargers, I wonder? Deccan Chargers is gone apparently. Okay, let's see what Shubham says. I recently got into reading non-fiction books because of your recommendation of books in history, astrophysics. I request you to kindly provide some more book recommendations. Sure. I think it's time for me to do one more book recommendation video. So maybe that should be coming up soon. I could recommend 10,000 books, of course, but maybe I'll do a curated list of books. Okay, let's see. Avesh is still bowling, and bang, the ball goes to the boundary again. My God. The thing I don't quite like about the IPL is there is no balance between bat and ball. Every ball, even in the first 2, 3 overs, goes to the boundary. I've never seen the ball swing in the IPL. Why is that? Do they make these special kinds of balls that don't swing? I don't get it. There should be some sort of balance between bat and ball. I like the ball when it swings. It's fun to watch and it makes life a little difficult for the batsman. But I suppose it's not good for the spectators. The spectators want to see fours and sixes, and that's why maybe they are using all these flat pitches. I'm sure even the Australians are doing that in their Big Bash League or whatever they call it. Again, the ball, bang. This time not to the boundary. Okay, Anish says, why isn't cricket as popular as football and it isn't played by as many nations as football? Even though apparently both the sports were invented in the UK. I think cricket needs a lot of specialized equipment. You need a bat, you need two bats, at least one bat. You need a certain kind of ball. Then you need a pitch with a certain kind of dimensions. You need 6 stumps. You need bails. You need two umpires. You need a big ground. As far as football goes, all you need is a ball. That ball, you know. And you can use any kind of ball. You can even use a basketball if you have nothing else, or a volleyball ball or something. So I think it's much easier to start playing football than to play cricket. And cricket obviously has all these rules. In football, the objective is very clear: go and put the ball in the net. That's it. There are two nets. You need to score goals. In cricket, there are so many rules, so many ways of getting out, so many ways of all kinds of other things, right? So cricket is way more complex than football. So maybe that is the reason why it hasn't really caught on now. Now, was cricket really invented in the UK? Was it now? Was it? So what some people say is that the English mistakenly, by mistake, they invented an Indian sport, or they discovered an Indian sport. So I think if you look at the history of cricket, it goes back like 300, 400 years. There used to be a game they used to play, which is the precursor to what we call cricket today. And it uh, it has its origins in England apparently. But if you look at ancient Indian stories, I mean, if you look at the if you I'm sure most of you should have some passing familiarity with the life story of Lord Krishna, the early stories of his childhood, etc. He used to play on the banks of the river Yamuna. And what did he play along the banks of the Yamuna? There is this great story, right? That he's playing a game of bat and ball, and the ball goes and falls in the river. And there is this great serpent, Kali Nag, who lives in the river, and he refuses to give the ball back, and then Krishna has to go and defeat him. So, what sport was Krishna playing? What game was Lord Krishna playing as a kid? He was playing a game of bat and ball, wasn't it? So there you go. Tejas says at the time of the second battle of Tarain, why didn't other Hindu kings help Prithviraj? It's very simple. There was a lack of unity, political unity in India. Uh, at that time, India was not unified under a single central uh, political leadership like it was from time to time in the past. We had political unity during the Mauryan era, starting from Emperor Chandragupta Maurya. We had political unity even to some extent during the Shunga era, which was the successor state of the Mauryas. We had political unity during the time of the Kushans, especially during the time of the great Emperor Kanishka. We had the same during the Gupta age, and during the time of Lalitaditya Muktapida. And then you had a different kind of political unity during the time of the Cholas. I mean, during the zenith, the golden age of the Cholas, which extended into Southeast Asia. So during the time of the Turkic invasions, you did not have political unity in northern India. You had these small kingdoms with these petty rivalries among each other. Most of these were these old aristocratic dynasties, which are now known as Rajputs. In those days, they were not known as Rajputs. They were simply kings. So, so they had these little rivalries with each other, petty rivalries for land and prestige and all that. And unfortunately, when some misfortune befell one of them, the others would feel that it's good for me. It will advance my political interests. So that's what happened. They did not realize what these Turkic invaders were up to, that they actually sought to uproot and destroy Indian civilization completely. And even if they had known this, they may have thought it's not a big deal, we can deal with them later or whatever it is. So that's the problem. When you have a civilization that is this big, you need political unity. You need a central leadership, centralized leadership. So that's what Subhash Chandra Bose was trying to create. He actually could not succeed because of a variety of factors. So that's what I can say. There's a break going on in cricket. Cricket. Right. Okay. Let's see what the questions. Who is your favorite? Nadal, Djokovic, or Federer? I think there is something that you can admire in all three of them. The work ethic. It's not enough to be talented. Talent is overrated. There are lots of people who are talented, but they achieve nothing because they don't have the willingness, the capability, the capacity to work really hard, to be disciplined, to be dedicated. So we know what kind of work ethic people like Djokovic and Nadal and Federer have. They would never have been able to win 20 plus Grand Slam titles individually each without an insane amount of discipline, a great work ethic. So I admire that. That is something we should all try to emulate from people who succeed at a very high level. So among all these three guys, who's my favorite? Maybe Djokovic, maybe Joker. I used to admire Federer a lot. He's very pleasing to watch. He's got the most aesthetic and effortless style of tennis. The most difficult game, the one that seems to put in the greatest amount of effort is Nadal. He seems to put like 200% into every stroke, right? Whereas with Federer, it looks effortless. And Djokovic also, he looks kind of effortless. So yeah, I think Djokovic is the guy I like the best. All right. My thoughts on IITs. The IITs, unfortunately, are no longer as good as they used to be. I think the downfall of the IITs began in the early 2000s when they started implementing reservations in the IITs. So the IITs became a joke after that. I think it was the Congress party, the Congress government, the UPA government, and I think the education minister, I believe, if I am not mistaken, it was Mr. Sibal, Kapil Sibal. So he's the guy who ruined the IITs. So today the IITs are, there was a time when the IITs used to be in the top 10 institutions when it comes to science and technology in the world. That's how good the IITs were. Today the IITs are not even in the top 100. So that's what they've done to the IITs. And once you impose reservations somewhere, you can't remove them because otherwise you're gonna suffer politically. So every political party has to do it. So today the IITs are a joke. I'm not saying reservations are good or bad. Of course they are bad. Everybody should get the same treatment. There should be complete meritocracy in the country. Reservations are not a bad idea completely, but if you want to implement reservations, you have to implement them on the basis of financial situation, financial status, not your birth. You belong to so and so class or caste or whatever, then you will get an automatic reservation. That's nonsense. There are people from all classes, all so-called castes, who are extremely prosperous, but they are given reservations. It's stupid. So that's what I feel about it. The IITs are terrible. There's a lot of money that the IITs have, but the money is wasted. And I've said this many times that if you go to an IIT, then you will find that the washrooms, they have invested millions of dollars in the washrooms, very nice, luxurious, and all that. If you look at the conference rooms and meeting rooms, very well equipped, air conditioned and all, very expensive. But if you go to the lab and see the equipment, it's 20, 30 years old. So they are wasting the money where it's not supposed to be spent. So it's because the IITs are run by these idiotic, moronic bureaucrats, including the heads of departments and all that, who are idiots. See, in India, in the Indian education system, if you want to rise, if you want to get promotions in the academic system, you have to be good at playing politics and not good necessarily at science or whatever you're teaching, but you have to be good in playing politics. So the people who rise to the top, mostly 90 plus percent of the people who rise to the top, are politicians and administrators and bureaucrats, that sort of mindset, and not scientists. So it's mediocrity rewarding mediocrity, and that's the vicious cycle that you see in the IITs. Sadly. Okay, let's find the next comment. Something. India should start negotiating with Sri Lankan territories in exchange for aid, etc., before China or IMF intervenes. Well, if you do that, then they're going to call India an expansionist nation because India should never do such things. Other countries can do it. But if India does it, very bad. So that's the attitude you have. I think there's a better way of doing it. You could have a EU kind of system in which you have sovereign nations, but there is an integrated economy and all that. So there are various ways of achieving a more integrated Indian subcontinent and maybe beyond that also. But that will take time. Chandrakant says, any thoughts on decentralized streaming services, OTTs, over the tops, as they call it these days? I'm planning to create one in the next few years. That's very good. I really like this idea and I wish you the best. Decentralized streaming services are good. I mean, there's a whole bouquet of them that you can choose from today. So they give people options. Options are always good. There are some really big ones like Netflix and Hotstar, on which I'm watching the cricket right now. So there are big ones, there are smaller ones also. There are some that are geared towards video, like uh, live telecasts and TV series and that sort of thing. There are some that are geared towards music, for instance, and so on and so forth. So it's good. The more options you have, the better your life is, and the more power you have to decide what you want to do with your life. In the past, in the 20th century, the entire world, especially the Western world, you would have these dozens of TV channels. But in India, you had only one TV channel, and they used to call it Dukh Darshan. It was terrible. It was based in New Delhi, and it would have these sessions. They used to call it Sabha, Subeh ki Sabha, Sham ki Sabha. So there will be a 3 hour session in the morning, then a 6 hour session or something in the evening, and then there will be this atrocious news, which would be all about which minister said what today, that sort of thing. So the people of India had no choice. They were forced to watch only one TV channel, and the government would not allow any other thing to come up. So that created a very unhealthy monopoly on everything. So that is not good. So these decentralized streaming services, they give people lots of options. You can pick and choose what you like. So it's a good thing. Of course, there are problems as well. Like, for instance, there is a lot of Hindu phobic content on certain such services. So that is for the government, the people to address. But overall, conceptually, it's a very good thing. So I'm really glad that you're planning to create one in the next few years, and I wish you all the best. May you succeed, sir. All right. So what's happening on the IPL front? Deccan, no, what is it? Delhi Capitals, 54 for no loss in 6.3 overs. Prithvi Shaw. Why is he called Prithvi Shaw? Shaw is a British English surname, isn't it? So why is this Indian guy who has no British blood whatsoever? Why is he called Shaw? Prithvi Shaw. Looks like he got to 50 now of 30 balls. He's raising his bat. Yeah, baby. Good job. I wonder why Indians are so. What's the history of this surname Shaw? Why does an Indian guy have a foreign surname? Sorry, what is this? Joseph says, why do Indians love sports where it's one versus many, like Kho, cricket, and kabaddi? Anything with our mentality? Um, that's an interesting question. So, when it comes to sports like cricket, it started from England. So, yeah, it's obviously taken root in India. Uh, Anything to do with our mentality? If you have a one against many mentality, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Oh, somebody got out. I think no, no, it's not out. Anyway, when it comes to kabaddi is a very interesting sport. It's an Indian sport. Our Parsi brothers and sisters also play it, kabaddi. And kabaddi is actually two teams, but yeah, you have to go and do the thing, raiding or whatever, as an individual against the entire group. It's a very interesting sport. It's a contact sport, contrary to many other sports. It's a contact sport. You need strength, you need bulk, physical mass, and all that in some cases, and so on. So it's a good sport. So, and I believe that even football is quite popular in India. It's just that it has never taken off because the right kind of money has not gone into it. There is this Indian ISL or something. There is an IPL like league for football also, I think, but it's not quite taken off. I think there's less money in it. If you put in more money, it'll take off. And Another sport I am quite fond of is hockey. Hockey is brilliant. I love hockey. Hockey is very exciting. It's incredibly fast paced. I can't watch hockey sitting down. I got to stand and watch it, especially when India is playing. So that again is not a against many sport. It's a balanced sport like football. So I don't think there is any such thing. It's just that for some reason, uh, the Anglophilic aristocracy or elite, so-called elite of India, loved cricket very much because they were in love with everything, all things British, and that's why that sport got a lot of impetus after the transfer of power in 1947. Uh, Coco, I'm not very sure about Coco. I think there are two teams in Coco. I've always seen it as a girls' sport, a sport that girls play. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know much about Coco. It's obviously an Indian indigenous game. So I don't think there is any specific mentality that this reflects. It's about the mentality of the people who promoted certain sports. So that's what I could say about that. Do you like test cricket? Test cricket is good. I like it. It's brilliant. It takes a lot of time, so you don't have the time to watch it much. Similar to chess. I mean, there was a time when I used to love chess a lot when I was a kid, but afterwards I stopped playing because it takes so much time out of your day. You play a game of chess, especially when you get engrossed in it, you may easily spend 2 3 hours doing that. Yeah, right. So yeah, I do like test cricket. I like chess also, but I don't have the time anymore to watch test cricket. I don't mind watching the highlights or watching a half an hour session or something. But test cricket obviously is the real test of your ability as a cricketer. So yes, I do like test cricket. Oh, finally somebody asks me about science. These days I talk very less about science because I don't get questions about science. So the question by Shaurya is, what is dark matter? Dark matter is it consists, I mean, if you look at the mass energy composition of the universe, our Brahmand, we live in the universe. We sit on this little planet, Earth. The Earth goes around the sun, and there are other planets as well. That is the solar system. Our solar system is just one tiny little speck of dust in the galaxy, which we call the Milky Way. The Milky Way is a little speck of dust in the local supercluster of galaxies that we inhabit. And that itself is just a small little filament in the big, large scale structure of the universe. The observable universe is about 95 trillion light billion light years across. And the universe that we can't observe may be way, way larger than that. So we don't know how big the universe actually is. So if you look at the observable universe and you calculate the mass energy, the matter energy composition, then you find that everything that we see, all the stars, all the galaxies, all the planets, all the dust, everything is just about 4% of the universe. About 70% is what we call dark energy, and the remaining portion of the universe is dark matter. So, dark matter is some kind of substance that we know exists because it causes effects like gravitational lensing. It causes galaxies to rotate at a certain speed, which they would not if there was no dark matter, and so on and so forth. So that is what dark matter is. It is an unknown, mysterious substance that interacts only gravitationally. It doesn't interact via the strong force or the weak force or the electromagnetic interaction, only gravitation, most likely. So that's what dark matter is. What is it? We still don't know. There are theories. There are multiple theories as to what dark matter could be. Thus far, we have not been able to find the answer, and that's why it's so interesting. There are big mysteries out there that we still haven't resolved. Is Messi an alien? It's possible that he may be an alien. I mean, unless we go and examine, we will not know, right? So we only can see him from far away or on the screen. So yeah, it is possible. It's possible that even I may be an alien. As far as you're concerned, anything is possible. So yeah, Coco is a very interesting game. Um, unfortunately, you don't get to watch Coco. We don't even have any exposure to it in the media. So I'm sure it's very interesting. There are lots of indigenous games in India that most of us don't know about, which is sad, you know. All right, Vasu Agarwal, your views on the Bucha, I don't know what it's called, massacre in Ukraine. So listen, there are all kinds of claims that have been made. The Ukrainians and NATO and all, they are saying that the Russians have done it. The Russians are giving evidence that shows that this is all staged. And according to the Russians, this is what's known as a false flag operation. What's a false flag operation? It's when you do something which harms your own interest, and then you use that as to blame somebody else, and then you take that as the pretext to conduct a larger military operation, for instance. So some people, some, let's call them conspiracy theorists just to be safe. So some conspiracy theorists and historians would say that Pearl Harbor was a false flag operation. Some people would say that the Gulf of Tonkin incident, which precipitated the Vietnam War, was a false flag incident. So you do something, you knock out one of your ships, let some of your own people die, and then you say that the other side has done it, and then you use that to start a war. So that's called a false flag operation. The Russians are saying the Ukrainians have carried out a false flag operation to blame the Russians. And maybe then they can take for the NATO guys can take further action against Russia. Use that as a pretext. That's what the Russians are claiming. The Ukrainians are claiming it's the Russians who have done it. The Americans are claiming the Russians have done it. So we don't know. We don't know. Right? Who do we trust? You don't trust anybody. You have to look at the evidence. And the evidence is inconclusive sitting here. So that's my views, but I am not inclined to blindly trust anybody. That's what I would say. All right, let's see. Are you a bowler, a batsman, or an all rounder? I used to be a bowler. So I spent a few years as a kid in Europe. So that's when you develop all the skills and all that. So when I returned to India, I found that there's only one sport that people play in India, which is cricket, and everybody wants to bat. And by that age, everybody had already learned how to the technique of batting and all that. So then I was left with no option but to learn how to bowl, and I found that I enjoyed it. So I was a bowler. I started off as a leg spinner. Then as I grew taller, I became a fast bowler. I enjoyed swinging the ball and all that. So I was never a good batsman. Half the time I would bat left-handed, half the time right-handed. So that's how it was. So I used to be a bowler. I was a leg spinner first and then a fast bowler, pace bowler. Aditya says, do you have information about Indian workouts or wrestling culture? I do wrestling myself. Wanted to know more about its history in India. So in India, we have a very old history of wrestling, right? These days they call it kushti or something. And so there are these akhadas, etc., or these training camps, training schools, or whatever for wrestlers. And there are these traditions that go back hundreds of years, centuries, maybe thousands of years. So Indians, I think, from the days of Lord Hanuman, were good at wrestling. It's one of the most basic sports that you can do. One guy against another guy, and a test of strength according to a certain rules. You follow certain rules, you don't do certain things, and that's what you do. So India has a very ancient wrestling culture that probably goes back many thousands of years. Um, so that hasn't been documented well. Our historians obviously have no interest in documenting our real history. They only want to glorify the Mughals and the British and so on and so forth. So there's so much interesting research that can be done in our Indian history. The history of Indian music, for instance, the history of Indian sport, the various sports that we have in India. We had various martial arts in India that have disappeared today. The martial art that Bodhidharma took to China, It no longer exists in India. Some people say it's Kalaripayutu. What's the evidence? There's no evidence it's Kalaripayutu. Kalaripayutu is very, very different from Kung Fu. And Kung Fu is what came out of the martial art that Bodhidharma taught in China. So we have a very ancient history of martial arts, of sports. Wrestling is a martial art, isn't it? So we had a variety of martial arts. They have all more or less gone extinct. We have Kalari Payutu in southern India, in present day Kerala, which may have an old history. I don't know personally how old the history is. We used to have various martial arts in northern India. There is one that still kind of persists. It's called Shastra Vidya. Then there was the Rajput art of sword fighting, which still exists to some extent in the form of the Dandiya dance and so on. So I don't have any specific information, unfortunately, about the history of Indian wrestling. I wish our professional historians would delve into this because it's a fascinating topic. Okay. Why Indians are not accepting a single language? English language is killing local talent and they feel humiliated always. I agree, the English language is what keeps us mentally colonized, including people like me. So the thing is, India is a land of thousands of languages and dialects. Everybody should be given education in not more than one or two languages. The mother tongue has to be the primary medium of instruction, and maybe a national language or a civilization language, for which there's only one candidate, only one: Sanskrit, not Hindi, not English. Hindi is a local language in a certain part of northern India. It has been forcibly imposed on the rest of India. And via Hindi, they have brought in Urdu, which is essentially a Prakrit language with foreign vocabulary. And they have kind of tried to portray Urdu as superior. Right. So they have used Hindi as the back door to introduce Urdu and foreign words into the Indian consciousness and vocabulary. So the only language that I view as India's civilizational language, which which there's only one, which is obviously Sanskrit, and no other language can replace Sanskrit. But they have essentially more or less succeeded in killing off Sanskrit. So you are right that the English language is destroying, killing local talent, and everybody feels humiliated. Those who can't speak English well. Why should you be able to speak English well? I mean, it's not your language. And these days, it's like if you don't speak English well, it means you're not intelligent enough. That's the kind of attitude that teachers have, which is nonsense. Can you please go to China Unscripted podcast and have a session with Mr. Chris Chappell? Um, Never heard of it, unfortunately. But if Mr. Chris Chappell invites me, I will look into it. Dev Sharma says, why do you love Nehru ji so much? You keep on saying such great words about him. Well, why would you not love somebody as great as Mr. Nehru? There has never been a Prime Minister of India as great as the great, great Shri Jawaharlal Nehru ji, a man of such incredible and immense achievements. He wrote a scholarly book. He was a global statesman. He started an entire movement, non-aligned movement. He even achieved the kind of rate of growth that was so hard to achieve in any developing country, the Nehruvian rate of growth, and so many other achievements. I mean, where do we begin? So obviously, one must express one's admiration for a man of his stature. Right. So what's happening in the IPL? I keep calling it Deccan Chargers. Does the Deccan Chargers team still exist? I'm not sure. All right. Ayush says, can our missile defense systems radar identify our own helicopters and jets to prevent our own damage? There was an incident of our own helicopter crash Mi 75 in friendly fire 2019 Indo-Pak. I believe advanced systems have a IFF identification mechanism, if friend or foe. So it should be able to, if you have the technology, it should be able to identify whether it is your asset or somebody else's asset. So what we mean by your own asset means your own helicopter or your own plane. So I believe we have the technology and the ability to do that. Friendly fire is something that you can never completely prevent. It happens everywhere, and that's one of the hazards of warfare. Sometimes you're gonna end up firing on your own people and assets. That happens, especially when there is a evolving situation in the so-called fog of war. So I think we do have that technology, and one hopes that it doesn't happen again. Okay, what else do we have? The brand value of the IPL is around 9 billion US dollars. If expanded further, can the IPL in the future contribute in the Indian economy and act as soft power for India, just like the EPL? I think sports has a great amount of potential to contribute to a nation's economy and soft power. The EPL is a very good example. You mentioned the English Premier League. Lots of people watch this league from all across the world. People are big fans of whatever team, Liverpool or Manchester United or whatever it is. Eh? There are Indians who buy all the merchandise, the T-shirts and all that, and wear it very proudly. So that increases this foreign country's soft power in India because India admires that league and those players and so on. So if the IPL can be expanded, made larger, it would certainly help the Indian economy and promote Indian soft power. Right now, the IPL is like a circus. It's a 1 month or so tournament. A proper league is about 8 to 9 months of a year. Right. So right now, the IPL is not at that stature. The IPL has only one. What is it? It has only one rung, right? Only some 10 teams or so. There are no. You need to have several divisions for a proper league. So Division A, Division B, that sort of thing. So the IPL is still, I would say, in its infancy. It certainly has potential. So if it is done properly, it can certainly contribute to the economy. It can create an entire ecosystem of jobs, trainers, groundspeople, um, sports people, coaches, and so on and so forth. Lots of things, right? So yes, there's a lot of potential, especially if you do it with multiple sports. So yeah, it can certainly work that way. All right, let's see something else. Some other questions. What's my take on Marxism? Marxism is a belief system, just like an Abrahamic religion. That's what that's the kind of thing it is, Marxism. Okay, so I Marxism is an interesting thing. So in Marxism, you have one prophet, you have one book, and you have one God, which is like there is no God, and it's another dogmatic system. So it is certainly something that merits a certain amount of attention and study because it has been so influential in the past 100 or so years. It has taken a lot of lives, and people keep saying that it has never been implemented properly. Well, who decides what Marxism is actually? They say that you have not implemented it properly, and that's why the economy was messed up or whatever, and that's why so many people died. That is kind of not very true. So I think I should examine this in detail, and by examine I mean I should create a dedicated video for that. That's what I should do. So I'll put that on my to-do list. Raymond says, I am a Westerner studying geopolitics and appreciate the Indian point of view. My question is Sri Lanka considered the little brother of India? Is India involved in its current economic issue? Well, if you look at the people of Sri Lanka, they look just like Indians. The genetics are the same. The Sri Lankan, there are two languages spoken in Sri Lanka, Sinhalese and Tamil. Both are essentially Indian languages. Um, the culture is Indian. The religion, two religions again, if you consider Buddhism separate from Hinduism. So again, these are Indian religions. It's just an extension of India. If you look at the history of Sri Lanka, if you look at the history of the Sinhalese people, their origin story is that their ancestors came from some part of India. We're not quite sure where it was. Most likely, it was from Kalinga, the eastern part of India, present day Orissa, possibly from somewhere in Saurashtra. That's another theory. So even the origin story is about them coming from India. And the Tamil people who live in Sri Lanka are obviously of Indian origin. So clearly, it is nothing but an extension of India. Same culture, same people, similar languages, and so on. So yes, you could consider Sri Lanka to be the little brother of India. There would be nothing wrong with that. I'm sure some Sri Lankans would not like it. Well, we don't mean it in a demeaning way. So the other question is India involved in its current economic issue? No, India has not created the economic situation that Sri Lanka is currently finding itself in. What's happened in Sri Lanka is horrific mismanagement of the economy by the by successive regimes. The regime of Mahinda Rajapaksa in the 2010s onwards, from the middle of 2000, of the first decade of the 2000s. Then you had this guy called Maitripala Sirisena, and then you have the Rajapaksa family again. They have messed up the economy beyond any limits, right? That's what they've done. So India is involved right now in the sense that India is trying to bail out the Sri Lankans. India is extending these lines of credit to the Sri Lankan government so that they can acquire things like fuel, diesel, or whatever to generate electricity. Because right now we are seeing all these blackouts in Sri Lanka. There's no fuel to generate electricity and so on. And maybe we are sending foodstuffs, food grains, and all to Sri Lanka. So that's where India is involved right now. India has not created the issue. It is the Sri Lankans, their government, that has created the current economic issue. And even China is not really fully to blame in this. The Chinese did trap Sri Lanka in this debt trap diplomacy, which they do everywhere. But the contribution of that to the current crisis is not as large as people believe it is. It is the fault of the Sri Lankan governments, the various regimes. That's why the issue exists. So India is currently bailing Sri Lanka out, and the Sri Lankan government has proposed a more integrated approach with India that was tabled recently in the past couple of years. So so we could have a more integrated system with Sri Lanka. Obviously, Sri Lanka will remain a sovereign nation, but the politics will be to some extent integrated. The cultural environments will be more integrated. There will be an integration of the electricity grids of the two countries, and so on and so forth. So that's what we could witness in the coming few years, a more integrated economy and other things between India and Sri Lanka, which I think is a good move. Okay, Pratik asks, why does the scientific community believe in the Big Bang, even though the laws of physics say that something that exists can't come from nothing and energy can't be created, just converted? Well, what is there in the laws of physics that is against that goes against the Big Bang theory? So what does the Big Bang theory say? The Big Bang theory is essentially the history of the universe based on what we know about the laws. So it says that in the beginning there was a singularity, or something very close to a singularity, a point in which all the matter and energy of the universe was concentrated, and that somehow expanded, and that's what created the universe. So it's not like energy was created from somewhere, it was already there in that little point. So that doesn't violate the conservation of energy. And we don't know what's outside the universe, if there is anything outside. The laws of physics talk about what's inside the universe that we live in. They don't say anything about what's beyond the universe. So there is nothing in the Big Bang theory that violates any of the known laws of physics. So it's not about belief. In science, you don't believe something. You make observations, you make hypotheses, theories, and then you see what works, whether the theory that you have made or proposed, whether it's able to explain observed phenomena. And the best theory that we have as of today is what is colloquially known as the Big Bang theory. So that's what I can say, my dear friends. According to Imran Khan, the US is trying to overthrow his government. What's my take on this? You know what, Imran Khan, it's not the US that's trying to overthrow Imran Khan's government. Does Imran Khan pose a threat to the US in any way whatsoever? Is he that powerful? Imran Khan has no power whatsoever. He's powerless. He is merely a puppet of the Pakistani army. So, if anyone is trying to overthrow Imran Khan, it would be the Pakistan army, who actually runs the country, who actually owns the country. In the case of India, the country has an army. The army belongs to the country and the people of India. The army serves the country and protects the people and the land. In the case of Pakistan, the country doesn't have an army. The army is a country. It's a small bunch of people who own the entire country and the people. So these days, so if you look at the history of Pakistan, it's always been military rule. You have elections from time to time. It's just eyewash. You always have the military that's really running the show, either overtly or covertly. So in the case of Imran Khan, he is simply a puppet. The election that he was elected in was most likely a rigged election. And even if it was not, the army can engineer whatever it wants, because they own the country, they have control over everything, and they have all the money. They have incredible amounts of money stashed away somewhere or the other. And so they don't want any prime minister, so called prime minister, to stay in power for too long. Because if any prime minister stays in power for too long, then they are able to establish a political base. That's how politics works. So keep on changing things, use a revolving door policy, one prime minister for a little while, then somebody else for a different amount of time, and so on and so forth. So Imran Khan doesn't really have a political base. He's a cricketer and a playboy. Nawaz Sharif was a bigger threat to the Pakistan army, and you know what happened to him. So Imran Khan is not that big a political player that he would pose a real threat to the army. So now they've got rid of him. Right now, Imran Khan is a caretaker prime minister, and he's making various pronouncements. He's blaming the US. He's also blaming India, I think, for overthrowing him. So we don't need to take his pronouncements, his words very seriously. The real deal is the army. The Pakistan army holds the real power in Pakistan. So if anybody has overthrown Imran Khan, it's the Pakistani army, not the US or not anybody else. Of course, the US does have a certain amount of influence on the Pakistani army. They have always had the Pakistan army on their side since the 1960s, 70s onwards. Recently, the Chinese have essentially taken over Pakistan to a large extent. But I hear nowadays, these days, in the past few weeks, that the Pakistani army is again trying to woo the US. Maybe they feel a little threatened by the proximity of the Chinese. So let's see how that goes. Will the Americans be willing to again start financing the Pakistani generals? They also want India on their side, right? The Americans. So it's right now up in the air. But I would say that Imran Khan, we don't have to take him seriously. He's never been a serious political player. He's never been a responsible political player. He's just a sock puppet. That's it. Okay, Tejas, I will do it one of these days. John Ambrose says, "What about the paper? Talk about the papers obtained by the Sun from the Pentagon about alien abduction." Well, I haven't seen the papers yet, but in the last couple of years, the U.S. government and the Pentagon and the military is focusing on aliens these days. Isn't it strange? For decades, they denied the existence of aliens, UFOs, etc. Nowadays, they are releasing videos, very grainy black and white videos of apparently what seems to be alien UFOs, alien craft, and some of the stories are coming out. It's very curious why they are suddenly trying to focus on aliens. They're trying to create new threats out of nowhere. So, so I haven't read this report yet, these papers, but I'm sure they'll make interesting reading. As a kid, I was fascinated with aliens. I hoped that aliens would exist and they would come to our planet and we would get to meet aliens and all that. But as far as I see today, I haven't seen a single piece of credible evidence that there has been, incontrovertible evidence that there has been an alien visitation to Earth. There is plenty of circumstantial evidence that is intriguing, but there is no hard, incontrovertible evidence anywhere of an alien visitation to Earth. So, what can I say? I don't mind an alien visitation. I don't mind meeting friendly green guys, aliens or girls, whatever. Maybe they don't have genders, doesn't matter. But I have never seen that. So it's a childhood dream that has been shattered. Nahi mila aliens. Bahut dukhi hai. All right, let's see what else we have. Mhm. Who is this? Naruto. It's a Japanese anime, isn't it? Naruto. Naruto Shippuden. Never watched it. I've heard a lot about it. I hear it's very good and people love it, but I've never really watched it, unfortunately. And what's happening in the match? 87 for 3. Delhi Capitals. And some old guy is giving an interview. Who is he? Looks like an Australian wearing an Indian dress, whatever it is. And an Australian bowler is bowling. Thai. Who is Thai? Okay, what else? Deepak says, can you please talk about the Nastika schools of Hinduism like Charvaka, etc.? So, Charvaka is materialism. Materialism, see, when they make this distinction between Astic schools and Nastic schools, what they mean when they say Nastic, they don't mean atheism. They mean when they categorize a certain school of thought as Nastic, it means that it denies the primacy of the Vedas. The schools of thought that recognize the primacy of the Vedas are called the Astic schools. And the schools of thought that deny or reject the primacy of the Vedas are called Nastic schools. So, Jaina Dharma or the Jaina school of thought does not recognize the primacy of the Vedas. And therefore, Jaina Jaina path is called a Nastic path. Similarly, Charvaka is a Nastic path because it denies the primacy, supremacy of the Vedas. Now, if you look at the various philosophical schools of thought that are under the Dharmic umbrella, you will see that the what's the polite way of saying this? Well, the most superficial of all of these is Charvaka. Charvaka is pure materialism. It says that whatever we see is the only thing that exists. There is nothing deeper or more profound to human existence than the material world. There is no karma, there is no God. The Vedas are false, and the only purpose in life is to enjoy material pleasures. So that's all you should do. Enjoy the material world. So that's what Charvaka says. I don't mean to demean this school of thought or to demean any specific individual. This is my personal perspective. That's how I see it. It is the most superficial school of thought within the Dharmic umbrella. I would not even really call it philosophy, because there is nothing philosophical about it. Of course, it is a certain worldview, and some people will say that Charvaka is the scientific method. Not quite, not quite. The actual scientific method comes from what is it? I forget the atomistic school of thought of Maharishi Kanada, which did believe in the law of karma and all that. So the scientific method came out of other schools of thought from within the Dharmic umbrella, not from Charvaka. Charvaka is just pure materialism. So that's what I can say in brief about this. All right. Raju says, do you watch anime or read manga? And if yes, which one is your favorite? When I was a kid, I used to love watching cartoons, which is nowadays called anime. But when you say anime, I think you mean Japanese cartoons, right? So these days, I don't have time to watch anything like that or to read any manga. When I was a kid, I used to love watching cartoons. And some of those were Japanese cartoons. What was it? No one will know them today. But yeah, today I don't watch anime or read manga, but I used to be a huge fan of all that when I was a kid. But I never really got the chance to spend much time doing that. So today I don't know which are the famous anime series or manga. I've heard of Naruto Shippuden. I've heard of Titan. What is it? Clash of Titan or Battle for Titan or something. What is it called? Not sure what it's called. And there is this other thing called I forget the names. I forget the names. Okay, someone is saying cartoon is Attack Attack on Titan. Yeah, that's right. And Dragon Ball Z, very good. And what else? Yeah, this one also I've heard of. Death Note. And somebody is saying cartoons are not anime. All right, sir. Thank you very much. I am educated now about this. I did not know that cartoons are not anime. So then somebody answer this question for me, please. What do you mean by anime? If these animated cartoon series are not anime, then what is anime? When you say anime, do you mean Japanese animated series? What do you mean by that? What is One Piece? Maybe it's an anime thing. Okay. Pokemon. कार्टून बोल दिया अब तो डिसलाइक करना पड़ेगा. Oh, I'm so sad. Okay, going back to something more serious. Is white Huns and Indian Huns, are these different or the same? Uh, the Huns were never Indians, but they did settle down in India and they did assimilate into the Indian population. The overall genetic influx from that into India's population would have been nothing more than a drop in the ocean. So during the Gupta Empire, during the Gupta era of our civilization, there were these multiple waves of invasions by the Shweta Huna people into India. So, who are these Hunnic peoples? The Hunnic peoples are the ancestors of today's Turks as well as the Mongols. The word Hunnu means human in the Mongolian language. So, the ancient Hunnic peoples eventually gave rise to the Turkic ethnicity and also the Mongolian ethnicity. Now, when these Shweta Hunas were trying to invade India, at the very same time, they were also busy invading the Roman Empire. They were mounting attacks on Rome itself. So they were spread all across Eurasia. They were a nomadic people. So we in India, for some reason, we called them the Shweta Hunas. I don't know why they were Shwetas, why they were Shweta. Shweta means white. So maybe they wore white dresses or they had white flags or maybe they had white skin. I don't know why we called them Shweta Hunas, but that's what they were called. So they were foreigners, they were a foreign or nomadic people. They mounted wave after wave of attempted invasions on India. The Gupta emperor, what's his name? What was his name? Skandagupta, was it? Most likely Skandagupta, if I'm not mistaken. I don't remember all the names right now. But most likely it was Skandagupta who repelled these multiple waves of invasions. And yeah, it was Skandagupta, not Samudragupta. Samudragupta was the great conqueror. Skandagupta was the defender of India. So Skandagupta repelled wave after wave after wave of Hunnic invasion. He spent his whole life in the defense of the country. After he died, the Huns succeeded to some extent. So they first conquered Gandhar, which is now Afghanistan. They settled down in Afghanistan. They ruled Gandhar. They became Hindus and Buddhists. They had a couple of kings who were not good. For instance, Mihir Kula was a very evil guy. No one liked him. Mihir Kul was a Hunnic king, and the reason no one liked him is because he oppressed the Bauddha people, the Buddhists. He oppressed the Brahmins. He oppressed everybody. He was an atheist. So he was one of the evil kings, but you had other good kings also, like Toramana, etc., Kingila, who were reasonably good kings, and they all became part of Indian culture. They married Indians and so on. So after 2 3 generations, they would look just like Indians. So, and you had other Hunnic kings who were able to establish kingdoms in northern India, and so on and so forth. So eventually, they all became Indians. After 3 4 generations, you would not see any difference between those who had Hunnic ancestry and those who had Indian ancestry. So today, you would have most Indians who would have some fractional ancestry from those few Huns who entered India 1500 or so years ago. So that's what I can say about this story. Okay, GNZ says, how did ancient Indians look like? Did they also did they also have beards like the Greeks? Because I've never seen Indians portrayed with beards. You will see sculptures of Gautam Buddha with beards. You would see Chinese paintings of Indian monks with beards. And I mean, it's a biological thing that males, after the age of 13, 14, whatever, they develop facial hair. So yes, ancient Indians would have had beards. I'm sure we had males in ancient India. I mean, that's why we exist, right? This is good. This is fun. Yeah. So yes, we had beards. Yes, our ancestors had beards. What did they look like? They looked like what we look like today. Score kya hua? So DC is the. I keep on thinking of Deccan Chargers. It's Delhi Capitals. It's 1-1-0 for three. 110 रन 3 विकेट के लिए 15.3 ओवर्स में. Who is batting? Let me see who's batting. Who is batting? Rishabh Pant is batting. He's slashing the bat everywhere, and nothing is happening. And this Australian guy, I think, Andrew Ty is bowling. And yeah, so that is what's happening in the IPL. Beard sounds too much awkward. I suppose it may be awkward for some people. For some people, it's a personal choice whether you want to have a beard or not. You can choose to be clean shaven if you like. I have never really grown a beard in my entire life. Maybe once when I was lazy for a month or so, but nothing beyond that. Pranjal says, you are coming on Prakhar Gupta's channel tomorrow. What are you thinking of discussing? I don't know. Whatever comes to mind, whatever he wants to ask me, and whatever we will see how it goes, how the conversation flows. You don't go in with a predetermined agenda. So whatever he wants to talk about, we will discuss. Let's see. I'm sure it'll be great fun. Okay, Ishansh says, is it in India's interest to have a destabilized Pakistan as it keeps our enemy weak, or to have a stable democratic Pakistan as it may be helpful in resolving issues or put a pro-India government. You know, we had people like what's his name, Ik Gujral, who was our prime minister for 3 weeks or 3 minutes. Was it 3 days, 3 years, 3 months? I don't know what it was. 3 months maybe. So this gentleman, Shri Ik Gujral, let us address him with respect. He said that he had a doctrine. He made a doctrine of his own with his own name. He called it the Gujral doctrine. So according to this lofty Gujral doctrine, India decided that our neighbors should be stable and we should have a strong, stable, powerful Pakistan, and that was in our best interest. And in accordance with this so-called doctrine of his, Mr. Gujral, he cut off all funding to our intelligence assets within Pakistan, and most likely they were all exposed because of him. And I'm assuming, I don't have evidence of this, but you can see lots of commentary about this. Many articles have been written, and most likely our intelligence assets that we had developed over years, over decades, were exposed and eliminated by the Pakistanis. Right. So, according to Mr. Gujral, it was in India's interest to have a strong, stable Pakistan. Now, we just discussed Pakistan some time ago, right? Pakistan is owned by the Pakistani army, and the only thing that gives the Pakistani army legitimacy in the eyes of the Awam, the people, is the anti India stance. The only thing that gives the Pakistani army legitimacy is the story, the myth that India is the big enemy. If India is not the enemy, then there is no need to have a powerful army, right? So the reason for their existence is this story that they keep on creating, that our big enemy is India, and they have given religious dimensions to it. And according to their religious dream, they want to take over India and convert India into an Islamic republic. So India essentially has to be conquered and destroyed. That is the Ghazwa-e-Hind or whatever dream they have. So if that is the only reason for existence, the raison d'etre of Pakistan, then should we invest in a strong, stable Pakistan? Pakistan is never, ever, ever, ever going to be a democracy. Please understand this. Repeat after me. Pakistan will never be a democracy. So then, what is in India's interest? What's in India's interest is no Pakistan. We would prefer, it is better for us to have a separate Pashtunistan, or maybe Pashtunistan integrated with Afghanistan, a separate Sindh, a separate Balochistan, a separate Punjab, and then we can deal with these guys nicely, properly, in due time. And I'm not saying that India needs to oppress them or conquer them or bomb them or anything. No, we should have good relations with them. But we need to disband the Pakistani army in one way or the other. The Pakistan army is the biggest threat that we have to us. It's no longer a huge threat now, but it's a thorn in our flesh. And the thorn is what other countries use against us. The Americans used it against us for decades. Now the Chinese are using it against us. So it is in India's interest to have a balkanized Pakistan, and hopefully without resorting to violence. I mean, look at what the Americans did to the USSR. They balkanized the USSR without resorting to violence. I appreciate that. Great achievement. They broke the USSR without going to war. So one must commend what the Americans achieved in the early 1990s. So let us draw inspiration from our great American friends and do the same to Pakistan in the interest of world peace and civilization. Right? So that is what is in India's interest, not a strong, stable Pakistan. And this idea of a democratic Pakistan, it's just a dream. Now, when you're watching cricket, you should eat popcorn. So should I eat some popcorn? I should. I don't like popcorn, so I will eat grapes. How about that? So we have a guy called Avesh Khan who has got 7 wickets. Good job, sir. 7 wickets in the whole IPL thus far. I I heard about this. So Aditya is saying, who saw the full interview between Zelensky and Arnab? I was this today because I heard about it today. Arnab, yeah. Anyway, I haven't seen it yet, but I perhaps will. Let's see. Let's see what was discussed in that. Okay, Mahakal Mishra says, how to overcome mediocrity. It's not easy. Mediocrity is like the word mediocre means average. It doesn't mean that you're bad, it means you're average. How to overcome being average? By raising your standards, by not making compromises with quality, by increasing your discipline. All of this is hard. I mean, personal development, personal growth is really hard. It's very easy to be like everybody else. Chalta hai, chalne do. But if you want to overcome mediocrity, then you have to raise your standards, raise your expectations, have big dreams, and try to work towards that. It's not easy. It's very easy to talk about it. It's really, really hard, but it's worthwhile. Hmm. Okay. Mehul says, is the universe expanding or contracting? It's expanding. We know it's expanding because when you look at the galaxies from far, far away, you see that they are all red shifted, which means all the spectral lines of, let's say, whatever elements there are, oxygen, nitrogen, whatever, they're all red shifted. They are shifted towards the red end of the spectrum, not the blue end of the spectrum, which shows that they are going further away. And we also know that the expansion is accelerating. Okay, should we should we consume grapes at night? I have been forbidden to eat fruits at night because acid formation may hamper the digestive system. Some people have this problem of acidity. Sorry, I'm eating while speaking, which is very impolite. I apologize. So, some people have this problem of acidity. Now, what is the most common cause of acidity? I believe the most common cause of that is too much consumption of carbohydrates, refined and processed carbohydrates, like processed wheat flour. We call it maida in India. So there are these digestive biscuits that you get, which are full of maida, and they say they are sugar free and good for diabetics. Please, if you have diabetes and you kill this and you eat these digestive biscuits, it's going to kill you. So the thing is this: what causes acidity is not fruits; it is these refined, processed, carbohydrate-rich fruits. So not fruits, foods. I apologize. Foods, not fruits. So, in my opinion, I have never ever experienced acidity or any such thing by eating fruits, day or night. I eat. Okay. Okay, let's see some other questions. What's happening in the IPL? Nothing is happening. All right. Watson says, is the Bactrian Empire and the Kushan Empire the same thing? Um, Bactria is the Greek name for northwestern India. And there was no such thing as a Bactrian Empire. Bactria was the Greek name for a geographical region of India, the region which is now Western Punjab and present day Afghanistan. That is what the Greeks called Bactria. It was a part of India historically. So there was no empire that emerged out of this region. There were empires in India from time to time. You had, as we know, as we have discussed, you had the Maurya Empire, the Shunga Empire, the Kushan Empire, the Gupta Empire, the Chola Empire, the Lalita Aditya Muktapida's empire, and so on and so forth. But none of these empires emerged out of the geographical region that the Greeks called Bactria. So the Kushan Empire, um, when it became an empire, it had two principal capital cities, not one, two. One was, I believe, Mathura in northern India, and the other was Purushpur, which is now known as Peshawar, which is in present day Punjab. Right. So, so the Kushan Empire encompassed most of the Indian subcontinent and much of Central Asia, from the Aral Sea to the Caspian Sea, and also large parts of present day Chinese occupied Xinjiang. It was a huge, massive empire, and it was constructed through Satya and Ahimsa. Well, not quite. It was constructed through violence and conquest by the great Emperor Kanishka, who was also one of the most dharmic emperors our country has known, our civilization has known. He was a great um supporter of Dharma, and he funded so much of Indian culture. So in short, to answer your question, there was no such thing as a Bactrian Empire. Bactria was a region. The Kushan Empire was a whole different thing. Now, this is an interesting question. Mr. T says, do you think our Indian engineers are incompetent? As we have developed so much less indigenous technology on any sector, we are often obliged to import foreign technology. I think India's engineers are brilliant. I think India's engineers are the best engineers in the world. Unfortunately, they are able to do their best work when they work abroad. So, why is it that an engineer who appears incompetent in India suddenly becomes a genius in a different country? Why is it so? It's because of the Indian system. Now, people blame the people of India for the system. It's not the people of India who are to blame for the system that is ruling us. It is the transfer of power in 1947 that continued the oppressive colonial system of the British Raj. It still continues today. And it's an oppressive system. It's a bureaucratic system. The bureaucrats rule over the people, they lord over the people. You have this dynastic politics and so much more. So it is this incompetent system, this system of incompetence, that prevents Indian engineers from truly flowering. So you have, let's say you have an organization like, let's name it DRDO, which has a very similar budget to the American organization DARPA. But this American organization has 150 employees for a budget of about, I don't know, $2 billion. 150 employees or scientists or engineers who have a budget of 150 of $2 billion. In DRDO, we have a similar budget, but we have 30,000 employees, out of which there are only 5,000 scientists and engineers. So you can see the structure is such that all the money will be wasted in the wrong place on non-scientific people's salaries. So where's the money for the science and the engineering? And when you don't have sufficient money, how will you do anything? How will you develop anything of any consequence? So the system is to blame, the bureaucrats and the leaders are to blame, and hopefully now we are seeing changes. Hopefully now we'll see changes. DRDO is still run the same way, but you can see that we are doing so much with such less money. Look at what ISRO is achieving. Look at what our scientists and engineers were able to achieve with the LCA Tejas program once the right government came into place, and so on. So I think we have the best talent in the world, but we need the best leadership to allow the talent to achieve its true potential. Okay, what else do we have? Sue Naina says, What do you think about circus? It's almost wiped out from India. Is it possible to revive it? Yeah, circuses were a thing of the past, weren't they? I'm not sure if there are any circuses today. The problem is that in today's world, we have all of these OTT platforms. We have on demand access to all kinds of entertainment. So there's no need nowadays for people to go to circuses, to move physically to this location in this big tent and pay the entry fee and spend 2 hours watching something that is predetermined. You can just sit at home in front of your big screen TV and you can keep channel surfing. You have 200, 300 channels to choose from. So so that's why things like the circus and other things have kind of died out today. It's just a consequence of the evolution of technology and things. So I think it may be very hard for people to revive circuses. A circus would have any relevance if there is money in it. But today, money is not there in things like that. So that's why it's not quite doing well. Okay, I am a little distracted because there is this cricket match going on here. Let's see what's happening. Delhi Capitals 142 for 3, 18.3 overs, only 9 balls left. And Avish is bowling. And Rishabh Pant just hit a boundary, I think. Did it reach the boundary? Yes, it did. Good job, sir. Good job. Okay, let's see something else. Other questions. Somik says, can India not leverage Indian Americans against the USA? Only a powerful country can do that. I mean, a really powerful country. The Chinese are able to leverage Chinese Americans against the US government. Many American citizens of Chinese origin, of Chinese ancestry, are known to be acting as spies for the Chinese Communist Party. They are working in various US organizations, whether it is uh, whether it is in engineering, whether it is in science and technology, and they whether it is in virology, biology, and there have been many of them have been caught stealing uh, information, secrets, data, and transferring it to the Chinese Communist Party's government. So why are these Chinese doing it? These Chinese Americans doing it? First of all, because now they feel a sense of pride in being of Chinese origin. China is now a powerful nation. China is nearly nearly a superpower to some extent. It's not quite a superpower. It's not yet a superpower, but it's the biggest power in Asia. It is more powerful than Russia. It has a huge economy. It has grown so much in the last 30, 40 years. It is excelling in education, in technology, and it has the funds to buy people and things like that, right? So there is a certain amount of pride that people of Chinese origin have in China. India still hasn't reached the stage, the state where Indian origin people would feel proud of India. Right? There is still so much disinformation, misinformation about India. The first thing a person from the West will think when they hear the word India is caste system. Caste system. This fake creation of the British. So there is a sense of shame to some extent that Indian Americans have in being Indian. They try to hide their Indian identity. They never wear it on on their sleeve. So it is hard to leverage people in that case when first of all you don't have enough money to buy them out, to give them a better alternative, that if something goes wrong in the US you can come back to India and you will be taken care of. And secondly, there is a lack of a sense of pride in being Indian. So the solution is very simple. Like I keep saying, India's economy has to grow. India needs to become at least a $10 trillion economy. Once it reaches that stage, India will be a whole different beast. So as of today, you find these Indian origin minions who bark against India. Recently, there was this individual called Dalip Singh or whatever. He is a member of the US government right now. He came to India and he threatened India that you need to do what we say, otherwise, there will be consequences. That sort of thing. And you have all these Indian origin people who are in these big positions in the US. The boss of Google is of Indian origin. The boss of Microsoft is of Indian origin. Now the acting boss of Twitter is of Indian origin, and there are many such people. But does it enhance India's influence in the US? Even 1%? It does not. So India needs to change things up and grow first for this sort of scenario to be possible. Okay. Do we have other questions? Tejas says, do you think India needs to spend more on information warfare and pro India media channels? Yes. Yes, India does need to do that. I don't know why it's not happening. I suppose there must be some reasons why it's not happening thus far, but India does need to do that. Do you see India competing with the US or China in quantum computing in 5, 10, 15 years? What would be an ideal population for India considering the resources we have in AI advancements? Let me take the second question first. The ideal population for India is, considering the size of the Indian subcontinent, maybe 100 million, maybe 300 million, which is today, if you say that the ideal population is 300 million, then today we are four times of that, nearly five times, four and a half times of that. So our population density is way, way, way too high. The first question let me take now: do I see India competing with the US or China in quantum computing in between 5 to 15 years? Maybe in 10 years, yeah, possibly. The thing is, the Americans and the Chinese are like 10, 20 years ahead of us when it comes to quantum computing. India isn't even a supercomputing superpower. We have the ability to develop and design and create our own supercomputers, but we have never really exploited that. If you look at the top 100 most powerful supercomputers in the world, I think one or two in that list will be Indian. All the others will be American or Chinese. There will be one or two French supercomputers, maybe two, three Japanese ones, but it's mainly the US and China. Now, when it comes to quantum computing, again, the Americans have taken the lead, the Chinese are following. I'm not quite sure what India is doing in this. Why can't we have a competition among the IITs and other institutes like that? Every year, a yearly competition. Who builds the most powerful supercomputer, quantum computer, whatever? Why can't we have a yearly competition with proper big prize money? Set aside a budget of, let's say, 10 crores per year or 100 crores per year. It's a small amount for the government. Let's say you set aside a budget of 100 crores per year and give it to the entire team that wins the contest on a yearly basis. Imagine the kind of impetus it would give to the development of this technology. But we simply don't do it. So I hope this changes. I hope it changes. So what do I see happening? Maybe in 10 years, we may be somewhere on the scene, on the global scene, when it comes to quantum computing. But we need to do that. All right. So Keshav says, if Pakistan is so corrupt, then why can't we buy them and get it fragmented? Pakistan is corrupt. The politicians are corrupt. Even the generals are corrupt. But the generals want to hold on to this golden goose that they have. The golden goose is the country. If the country is fragmented, they will lose whatever power they have and they will lose whatever sources of income they have. So they will not, it is not in their interest to allow the country to get fragmented. So they will tolerate corruption. They are themselves corrupt. They are available for purchase to the highest bidder, whether it is the Americans, the Chinese, or both. but they will not allow the nation to be fragmented because then it will make them irrelevant. So that is why Pakistan is still unified, because the army needs it to be unified, and because a unified Pakistan has some value to countries like the US and China. Both of these countries use Pakistan as leverage against India from time to time in a variety of ways. So that is why currently, as of today, 2022, we are not quite yet in a position to fragment Pakistan. Maybe in the future. For that, India again has to grow. India has to get more powerful. Vasu Agarwal says, "What's the what's the reason the majority of women keep long hair while majority of men keep short hair? How did that start?" Not sure. Traditionally, Indians, male as well as female Indians, had long hair, shoulder length, this sort of thing. So I don't know how they did this tradition start. I believe even in other countries, like the so-called Indo-European countries, in the past men used to have long hair. So I don't quite have the answer to your question. It's an interesting question. How did this tradition or this custom start, that men should have short hair and women should have long hair? Not quite sure, but it's interesting. I think it is something that one should look at as to understand how these strange customs began. Arpit says, is it okay to believe that the oldest civilization started around the Ganges, Ganga, might be the oldest one, even before the Indus Valley, due to low research of that region? See, Arpit, first of all, let me explain. There's only one civilization in India. There's not a separate Ganga civilization, a separate Indus civilization, a separate Tamil civilization, a separate Delhi civilization, a separate Kolkata civilization. There is only one civilization in India. And as far as we know, it is at least 10,000 years old. Why do I say it's just one civilization? Because you see the same culture everywhere in different forms, different manifestations of the same culture. And there is unbroken cultural continuity that goes back 10,000 years. So it is just one civilization. You have different eras and different phases of this civilization. So the so called Indus Valley or Harappan era was one era or one phase of this unbroken 10,000-year-old Indian civilization. So, what happened, what you find in the Ganga Valley region is not a separate civilization. It is a Ganga Valley local manifestation of India's civilization. If you find something in the Sapta Sindhu region along the so called Indus Valley or the Saraswati Valley or any other valley, that is a local manifestation of Indian civilization. So we don't quite know how old our civilization is. From the archaeological record, we know that it is unbroken for at least 9.5 or 10,000 years. But we have done no real archaeological work in the Ganga Valley and even along the Saraswati Valley. And there are so many places that we know there are archaeological sites there, but we have not explored them. So, as we start doing that, the antiquity of our civilization that we have evidence of will increase. So, we don't know where it began. Did it begin in the Ganga Valley? Did it begin in the Saraswati Valley? Did it begin in the Yamuna Valley or somewhere else? We don't know. We still don't have evidence. So, we don't go as per we don't go on the basis of belief. We go on the basis of hard evidence. So, based on that hard evidence, the oldest evidence that we have is from the Saraswat Sindhu region, the village of Bharana in Haryana. That is the oldest known archaeological site in India. It's about 9,500 years old. So that is where you find the oldest evidence thus far of Indian civilization. And you see cultural continuity that dates back to that time. right? So it's just one civilization. We don't have 75 different civilizations in India. We have only one civilization. That's what I can say. Okay, so now it seems there is a break in the IPL, innings break. So who scored what? I've kind of lost track of it. So Delhi Capitals made 149 for three, only three. All right, that's the innings break. Okay, let's see some other questions. Yeah. Aliens. So Avinash says, how was the Kailash temple built in Maharashtra? Was it alien technology or our own? So the question I would like to ask in response is, do we have any evidence, any incontrovertible evidence of aliens visiting this planet? Do we? The answer is no. So if there is no evidence anywhere on our planet, when I mean evidence, I mean hard evidence. There is no such evidence. Then if there is no evidence of aliens, then how can we claim that or believe that it was alien technology? The simpler answer is that it was human technology. It was our own technology. So there is this there is this view that people have. The origin of this view is from the West. So the Western worldview is that the past was primitive, the present is advanced, and the future will be even more advanced. So human beings who lived 500 years ago were more primitive than us today. Our ancestors who lived 2000 years ago were way more primitive than what we are today. So the worldview of the West is that if you go back in the past, you go back to primitive times. But maybe in the case of India, in some ways, in certain ways, maybe we were more advanced in the past. So it's possible that we had better, that our skills in chiseling rock, in carving rock, and carving out entire temples out of a single block of rock was something that was way more advanced at the time, and we have kind of lost that skill today. So I believe, I mean, for me, it's very clear there was no alien technology involved in this. For me, it's very clear it was Indian. Uh, it was the skill of the Indian craftsmen and artisans, maybe craftswomen. I don't know. So it is that allowed us to build this temple. Okay, Shailendra says, will you try to join politics? No, sir, no, thank you, no plans. I don't know how politics works. All right. Nagavara Prasad says, is it true that Nehru awarded himself the Bharat Ratna? It is true, yes. It is true. The great man, he was so great. He was so great, he awarded himself the greatest prize that India has. I mean, how many people can do that? Okay, let's see some other questions. So Lucknow needs 150 runs to win, and that will be soon, I suppose. Okay. Master Hitesh says, from where can we learn about ancient Indian culture? Did the Mughals distort Hindu scriptures? The Mughals distorted Hindu scriptures. The Turks destroyed all our libraries and universities, and the Europeans distorted our history even further. They tried to re-engineer our society, and they wrote their own falsified history of India, of India's civilization and culture. So where do you learn about ancient Indian culture? You have to try and look up authentic sources. The best way to do it is to learn Sanskrit, but it's obviously something I cannot ask everybody to do. So then you have to read translations of various books, and you have to find some good authors, some reliable authors and all. For me, what's worked is that I read a lot. I read a lot of books, lot of research papers, lot of articles, and from all of that voluminous amount of information, I get a sense of what is right and what's wrong. That's how it's worked for me. So people ask me, well, give me one book that I can read to learn about Indian history. I don't have an answer to that. Every single book I have read has some distortions. Every single book I have read has some falsifications of Indian history. The problem I face is that when people ask me to recommend a book, I know that when I recommend X, Y, or Z book, there is going to be some misinformation in that, especially when it comes to things like the so called Aryan invasion or migration of India, which never happened. But every single book, even by good authors, even really good books that I know about, even these good books have this misinformation, whether it is R.C. Majumdar, whether it is Basham, or anybody else. They all have these distortions. So, what do I do? How do I recommend a good book? The best way is to read lots and lots of books, and then slowly over time, you will form your own patterns. But obviously, that is very hard to do. So, maybe I'm going to have to write my own books. Maybe then you will get the answers. Let us see. Okay, next question. It is by Kaushal. Will the Chinese Communist Party crumble eventually? And will China fall down? If not, then the CCP will be in power for the next few decades. And then can India and the US be true friends? All right. So I must have said this before. Let me say it again. There are no friends in geopolitics. There are no friends, true friends or even false friends in geopolitics. There are temporary allies and temporary adversaries. In some cases, you may have long term or even permanent adversaries if you share common borders, because you cannot solve the problem of geography. So there can never be friends or true friends in geopolitics, right? First, please understand that. I would say read the Arthashastra if you want to really understand how geopolitics works. It tells you everything. National interest is about self interest. So if you say that a so and so nation is your friend, it means that our interests align currently. So, so the question you are asking is, will the CCP crumble eventually? Yes, eventually the CCP will crumble. When you say CCP, you mean the Chinese Communist Party. Eventually, it will crumble. This phenomenon is called the dynastic cycle. So, if you look at the history of China, Chinese history is about 3,000 years old. If you want to be charitable, you can say it's about 3,500 years old. So, if you look at the overall history of China, there is this phenomenon that you see, which is known as dynastic cycles. A dynasty rises, emerges, becomes strong, reaches its pinnacle, and then it crumbles because it becomes, well, they kind of thing take things for granted and so on. And then the dynasty crumbles, and then you have a period of about a century or 2 centuries of chaos, and then a new dynasty emerges. And when I say dynasty, I mean imperial dynasties. So the Chinese Communist Party is the latest imperial dynasty in China. They don't have dynastic succession, hereditary succession, but it is still a kind of a dynasty. So it is a new manifestation of a dynastic cycle, and eventually, even the Chinese Communist Party will crumble. Maybe in the next 10 years, maybe in the next 100 years, we don't know yet, but it will eventually happen. Now, when will it happen? I cannot tell you. I am not Nostradamus. I don't see the future. One hopes that we will be able to solve our problems with the Chinese. And the only way India and China can resolve the problems is if Tibet becomes free. As long as we have the Chinese Communist Party soldiers on our borders, India and China will never have true peace, and never we will never have good relations with each other. So, and when it comes to the US, as long as it's a powerful nation, it's going to keep bullying India. The US is by nature a bully. That is the kind of track record they have with everybody. So they are even in the habit of bullying the UK. There is something I have never spoken about, have I? If you look at the history of the relations between the US and the UK in the post Second World War world, then you will see that it's a relationship that is based on bullying. The US has always, in the past 70, 80 years, bullied the UK. And sometimes it worked, sometimes the UK would resist that, especially when you had a strong prime minister like Margaret Thatcher, which is when relations were not very good. And then we had somebody like Tony Blair, who was essentially an American lapdog. And then you had the same thing. Yeah? So the US is essentially, by nature, a big bully. So India and the US can never be, like you say, true friends. There is an asymmetric relationship. There is a stark power asymmetry when it comes to the relationship between the US and any nation, including India. So the Chinese Communist Party complicates the matter of obviously, but please disabuse yourself of this notion of friends. There are no friends in geopolitics. People say Israel is India's great friend. Come on. Our interests currently align to some extent with the interests of Israel. That's why we have good relations. But I can promise you that the Israelis are also spying on India. And maybe the Indians are also spying on Israel. That's how it works in geopolitics. All right. What else do we have? What else do we have? hmm Samarth says, can you explain the entire history? The entire history of the Yemen conflict, which is not being reported by media. Who is benefiting from this war and trying to prolong it? Al Qaeda. Al Qaeda. What is Al Qaeda? It's a proxy used by somebody to achieve some certain objectives. All right. So let's not go into who is using this proxy, who created the proxy, what the objectives are. Let's not go there right now. The entire history of the Yemen conflict goes back several centuries. It's not possible to explain it right now. But if you want to learn about what happened and what is the root cause of this conflict, please refer to my interaction, my podcast with Dr. Isa Bloomy on this channel. It's like a 2 hour plus conversation in which he goes into great detail about the situation in Yemen, about the history, about who is the principal driver of this conflict, who is benefiting from it, and so on. So that's what you should look at if you want to understand what's really happening in Yemen. You are right, the media will not speak about this, whether it's the Western media or the Indian media. That's why I went ahead and spoke with Dr. Isablumi, because he is someone who has written about this extensively. He knows about this conflict. So if you want to understand what's really happening there, please check out that podcast episode on my channel. Pranjal says, any update on Rakigari and Dr. Neeraj Rai's DNA work? Thus far, no. Hopefully, hopefully soon. And when I say soon, maybe this year, maybe next year. By that time, I expect that this new research paper will be published. The one about R1A1A or R1A. So that's what we are waiting for. That is something that's very eagerly awaited and anticipated by everybody. My views about Nostradamus' predictions for Bharat. I had read about Nostradamus and his predictions, I don't know, maybe long time ago. more than a decade ago. After that, I've not read about it. So, what were his predictions for India? I think he said that India will become a superpower in the 21st century. Some great leader will emerge in India, and so on. So that's what I remember kind of vaguely about what Nostradamus had said. So let's see if it comes true. I don't know. If that's what he said, then I hope it comes true. So that's what I can say about this in brief. So once again, we are dealing with aliens. Aliens. Himadri Shekhar Gupta says, please shed light on the Sun newspaper. They have obtained new declassified documents about alien encounters where they have impregnated 5 women. If this is true, this is massive news. The Sun, this newspaper called the Sun, is what's known as a tabloid. Uh, they indulge in sensationalism. Their front page is usually an extremely sensational story, and much of it is often to be understood that it's not quite quite 100% factual. So I haven't read this, first of all, but it's the kind of story that you would expect the Sun to publish. Now, so I don't know how much factual this is. What is the origin of the story? Maybe the Americans are releasing these stories to the media. So I don't know, but what is the evidence? If this claim has been made, what is the evidence? Show me the evidence. The evidence has to be hard evidence, incontrovertible evidence, evidence that cannot be refuted. Thus far, I have never seen a single piece of evidence of any alien activity on this planet. So I am extremely deeply skeptical about this. That's what I can say. Tanmay says it was Houston Stewart Chamberlain who was a proponent of the Aryan Dravidian theory and caste system. He said that Aryan race got weak after marrying non Aryans. Do you know about it? Breaking India book. No, I'm not quite sure if I've come across this name, Houston Stewart Chamberlain. But yes, it is quite. You are right. The broad point that you are making is absolutely right. That it is these foreigners who have been making all these claims. They have appointed themselves as the experts about India's history. I mean, it's an assault on India's history. It is an assault on the history of any group of people when history is not presented by the elders of that group. When a bunch of foreigners comes and appoints themselves to be the custodians of your history, it is an assault on your history, on your culture, and on your civilization. A nation's history should only be presented by the elders of that nation. Otherwise, it's an assault on your history. It is an attempt to colonize your nation. All right. What else do we have? I am confused what I want to do after class 12. Can you help me as I am pressurized by my parents? Any advice? Hmm. See, I don't know you personally. I don't know your background. So it's really hard to give any specific advice. What I would say is that you have to ensure that you are financially independent as soon as possible. This is something that every youngster needs to remember. You need to become financially independent at as soon as possible. So maybe it's at the age of 17, 18. I mean, once you are 18, you are legally an adult. So whatever career path you take, you have to first ensure financial independence. Once you are financially independent, you have choices. If you are financially dependent on anybody, let's say your parents or anybody else, you don't have much of a choice in your life, right? So the first thing is to be practical and to become financially independent, and then hopefully you should have a career that is in line with your aptitudes and your and whatever your interests are. So for that you have to understand yourself properly. Most people unfortunately are confused because they don't understand themselves. Our education system is such that you never have the time to spend on your own, maybe 2 3 hours every day alone, trying to understand who you are. You will never understand who you are by memorizing nonsense from textbooks, by obeying your teacher or whoever else. To understand, to truly understand yourself, you need to spend time with yourself alone, without the interfering presence of anybody else. But as kids, we don't get that at all. We don't even get 1 or 2 hours a day to go and play outside. All you do today is classwork, schoolwork, homework, tuitions, and expectations. So that's why people are confused. So, so it's hard. It's hard. So you need to somehow find some time to understand yourself. Then you will know what your aptitudes are, what your likes and dislikes are, and hopefully you can find a career that is in line with that. But before you do any of that, you need to ensure that you become financially independent as soon as possible. That is the practical part of the advice that I would give. So that's what I can say in general. Rishi says, what's your take on anti-India propaganda developing in Bangladesh? It says that it was the it says it was the Bangladeshis who liberated their land and India took away their credit. Why this hate? It's what their education system teaches them. The Bangladeshi system, education system, teaches the kids that it was the Mukti Bahini who fought the war and who liberated Bangladesh. And at the last minute, the Indian army came and rolled into Dhaka and took and stole all the credit from the Mukti Bahini. That's what the Bangladeshi kids are taught for the past 30, 40 years. So that's why they hate India. They are told that it was their greatness that liberated Bangladesh from Pakistan, and India is the one who has tried to take away the credit. And obviously, there are other angles too. Let's not go there. So that's why the Bangladeshis feel this way. It's propaganda, it's lies. The Mukti Bahini, I don't want to disparage them, I don't want to demean them, but here's the fact: the Mukti Bahini was a group of ragtag, half naked Bangladeshis who were supported by India. They were trained by India, they were given arms and ammunition by India, and still they were not able to do anything. All they were doing for months was getting killed. They were not able to prevent the Pakistani genocide of the Bangladeshi people, of the Bengali people. Was the Mukti Bahini able to prevent the Pakistani genocide of 5 million Bangladeshis, Bengalis? I don't know what the real number is, whether it's 1 million or 5 million, maybe somewhere in between. Definitely more than 1 million people were killed, and much worse was done by the Pakistani army. Was the Mukti Bahini able to stop that? So, what claims are they making? The Mukti Bahini was a bunch of ragtag, half naked losers. They were brave, but they were losers. They were losing. I say they were losers because they were losing. If we had, if the Mukti Bahini, if the Indian army had not gone into Pakistan, even today the Mukti Bahini would be trying to fight the Pakistanis. Right? So it is the Indian army that liberated Bangladesh from Pakistan. The only question is, why did we not reintegrate places like the Chittagong Hill Tracts with India, which would firstly have given India, the northeastern part of India, the far east of India, access to the ocean. And secondly, the Chittagong Hill Tracts is a place where you have uh, Hindus and Bengali and Buddhists who are in a majority, not the Muslims. It should never have been part of East Pakistan. It should never have been allowed to remain a part of Bangladesh. But we gave it up to Bangladesh, and today you have all these terrible atrocities that are being carried out by the Bangladeshis in the Chittagong Hill Tracts region. Forcible demographic re-engineering. So this is a complex issue, but the Mukti Bahini was like if even if they had been fighting until today, they would not have been able to liberate Bangladesh. The thing is very simple. If you want to fight the state of Pakistan, you need arms, ammunition, funding, food, supplies, all of that. Where were the Mukti Bahini getting that? They were getting it from India. And despite that, they were able to make no headway because there were a bunch of ragtag civilians with they did not have proper military training. They did not have any of that. So eventually it was the Indian army that had to step in, and they did a brilliant job of liberating Bangladesh and saving the people of Bangladesh from the Pakistani monsters. Unfortunately, the Pakistani monsters were not made to pay for their crimes of genocide and worse. So one has to blame whoever was in charge of the situation at the time. Okay, what else do we have? Not quite sure what's happening on the match. Let's see. Any thoughts on the brown sepoy Dalip doing saber rattling in India? And now the US doubling down on that. Is this how allies behave? The US is not India's ally. The US does not seek an alliance with India. They seek a master servant relationship. That's what they seek. The Americans are very clear. Any relationship they have with anybody is going to be a deeply unequal, a deeply asymmetrical relationship. They will be the masters, and their so called allies will actually be their servants, the subsidiary. So that's what they seek. They seek deference, and they seek essentially a colonial status, which is what they have with Germany, with much of Western Europe, with the UK, with Australia, with New Zealand, with Japan, with Korea, South Korea, and so on. So they seek a similar kind of relationship with India. And what better way of doing it than sending a brown sepoy to India, a person of Indian origin who speaks the white man's language? So they sent this guy, Dalip Singh, whoever he is. Never heard of him before until recently. He's some official that they have. So they usually use somebody of the local ethnicity to go and threaten, or to go and bully, or to go and interfere. For instance, with Afghanistan, they had this individual called Zalmai Khalilzad. So Zalmai Khalilzad was the US special representative for Afghanistan, or whatever new designation they had created for him, a deeply corrupt individual who presided over the destruction of Afghanistan for 20 years. Zalmai Khalilzad. And now we have this guy called Dalip Singh, who they had sent to threaten India. So no surprise there. That's what they do. So remember, all of these guys, all of these Indian origin people who live in the US, they serve the US. They are not Indians. Lots of Indians have this pride that our guys, our citizens, our people are doing well in the US. The question is very simple that you have to ask yourself: who do they serve? Whose national interest do they serve? Whose national interest do they promote and further? It's very clear that they are serving the American national interest. So, those are some of my thoughts about Dalip Singh and this entire episode. And please understand, the US is not an ally of India. They do not see India as an ally, they seek to be India's masters. This is a neo colonial enterprise. What is a superpower? A superpower is an empire. It's just a new word for the old term, which is empire. The US is currently running an empire, a global empire. It has a superpower status, which means that it can intercede anywhere in the world at 30 to 60 minutes notice, which is the sign of an empire, of an imperial system. So we are dealing with imperialism here. Pankaj says Mumbai City FC is going for AFC Champions League. Support them as well. Sure, great. So when you say Mumbai City FC, you mean football club, right? And AFC Champions League means Asian Football Clubs Champions League. That's what I expect it means. Sure, if they have reached that stage, it's good, and we should support them. Okay, let me see what's happening to LSG. LSG means Lucknow Super something. What's the name? Lucknow Super Giants. So they are 30 for no loss after 4.1 overs. And there is Mr. Decock who's batting, and and KL Rahul. Sorry about that. So, and who's bowling? A South African guy, Andrik Nortje. I don't know how to pronounce his name. It's a Western name. It's a Dutch name. So that's what's happening when it comes to the IPL, and 4 runs again. So that's all you see in the IPL: fours and sixes. Okay, 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 okay. I get it. So where else are we? Decock, Quinton. Let's call him Quinton. Harsh says the ruble has appreciated a lot. Will we see the USD devalued and see unrest in the US because of this combination of these factors, like food shortage, currency devaluation, inflation, and so on? The ruble has appreciated a lot. And what's happened there? How did that happen? How did the Russians pull it off? I mean, the ruble is now stronger in in April 2022 as compared to what it was in February when the intervention in Ukraine began. So how did they manage to strengthen the ruble despite the bucket load of American sanctions that have been dumped upon them? That is an interesting story. So let me not go into that right now. Just I'm just telling you, I'm just pointing this out that it's very interesting. The Russians have been able to do that, to pull that off. And while the ruble is appreciating, the US dollar is depreciating. So that's what the Russians have done. It is very interesting. And now you're right. You're seeing things like food shortage and inflation in the US. It's going to happen. So will we see unrest in the US? Most likely not, because they know how to control their population, they know how the mind works, and they have the monopoly of power. So I don't see too much of unrest in the US coming up. But what's really interesting is the situation vis-a-vis the ruble and the US dollar. The ruble is appreciating. I suppose, I expect it may continue to appreciate in the coming weeks and months. Okay, this is interesting. Are you familiar with Sadhguru's Save Soil movement? What's your opinion on that? Unfortunately, I am not familiar with it. I've seen this hashtag a lot, Save Soil, but I have not had the time or the chance to go deeper into it and try and understand what it means. So maybe that's something I should do. But thus far, I don't have an opinion on that because I'm not well informed enough. Ujjwal Singh Chaudhary says, my question is, can you explain the difference and similarity between three Abrahamic religions, Islam, Christianity, Judaism? So Judaism is the first Abrahamic religion, the oldest one. The prophet Abraham was the prophet of the Jews. Yeah. And then you had Christianity, which was an offshoot of Judaism. So the prophet of Christianity is obviously Jesus Christ, who was obviously born a Jew. And what's the difference between Christianity and Judaism? Different books, I suppose. Uh, the belief system is very similar. It's about which prophet you hold to be the true prophet, the greatest prophet. In Judaism, you had a number of prophets, which are all claimed by Christianity to be prophets of Christianity as well. So there is actually very little difference between Judaism and Christianity. Obviously, um, Christianity is organized along military lines, and they have a centralized system which Judaism does not have. So practically, it is implemented differently. So Judaism is more decentralized. Christianity has this monolithic military style structure, which I believe even Islam has. And even when it comes to Islam, they have a newer prophet, Prophet Muhammad, who they claim is the last and final and true prophet of the world, I believe. And they have their own book, the Quran. And they also claim that the various prophets of Judaism and Christianity are also prophets of Islam, but Prophet Muhammad is the final prophet of the people of the book, essentially. So these are some of the similarities and differences in brief. Obviously, it's very complicated, but that's what I can say in very brief, because I am not quite, to be very frank, an expert in the Abrahamic religions. I have never studied them in depth. So that's what I can say in brief. Shashank says, how do we argue or debate with a person with leftist mentality? Based on facts. Any argument, any debate has to be based in facts. The problem with, see, I have nothing against people with a leftist outlook or mentality. Most people who identify themselves as leftists are brainwashed into this ideology by the education system, by their professors, by the media, and so on. And the thing about the leftist ideology is that it uses the right words. It says that we are liberals, despite being some of the most illiberal and intolerant people in the world. They call themselves liberals. So they have co-opted all the good words for themselves. So it makes this path very attractive for a lot of people, especially when you're young, when you are easy to influence. It's easy to brainwash you with that. And the leftist method of argument or debating is very strange. They only have one real argument, which is character assassination. They never argue based on facts. They will either come up with distorted facts or lies or misrepresentations. And when you challenge them with real facts, they will attack your character. It's called character assassination. It'll say you're a bad person and that's why you have to be wrong. That's why whatever arguments you are making cannot stand, because you are evil, because you are bad. Maybe because you're a Hindu. You're a Hindu, so that's why any argument that you make is invalid. That sort of thing. That's the kind of arguments that they have. So the best way to deal with leftists is don't argue with them, don't debate them. What's the point? What will you get out of it? What will you get out of debating a leftist? So I personally have never really gone into that. I don't have the time or the inclination to go and debate with people who will not even debate factually, argue factually. It's a pointless waste of my time and energy. Please understand, you have a limited amount of time at your disposal. So use it wisely. Okay, LSG is 48 for no loss, 5.1 overs. Mr. Quinton is batting, and a Bangladeshi bowler is bowling, Mustafizur. What an interesting name. Mustafizur is a lefty. Somitra says, can the US use Australia against India in the far future, as the US is trying to give nuclear power submarine? Well, if India US relations don't progress the way the Americans want, then they may use anybody against India. They used Pakistan against India for decades. They don't need to go so far so far east as Australia. They can use India's own neighbors against India. They have used Pakistan in the past. They can use them again. All they have to do is give a few $1 billion in bribes to the generals, and then the generals will do whatever the Americans want them to do. The Pakistani army, the Pakistani generals are always for sale to the highest bidder. Right now, they are in the Chinese camp, but I hear that they are again interested in the US for some reason. So they are hoping that their American daddies will come back to them. And so, if the Americans want to use some nation against India, they have ready made alternatives. They have Pakistan. They could even use Bangladesh if they need to, if they can give the right amount of bribes or whatever. So the US has also used checkbook diplomacy in the past. And as we know, maybe some of you don't realize it, the Pakistanis indulged in terrorism against India for several decades. They used terrorism as a state policy from the 1980s onwards until now. Even now, when you have all these encounters in Kashmir, it is the Indian army encountering terrorists that have come across the border from Pakistan. So Pakistan still uses terrorism as a state policy against India. Now, in the 1980s and 1990s, and in the early 2000s also, Pakistani terrorism was financed by the United States. So the US was financing Pakistani terrorism in India. Pakistan was a proxy. The real agent or perpetrator or orchestrator of the terrorism was the US. So, so yeah, they could do it again in the future if they want to, if they want to teach India a lesson for whatever reason or something. So yeah, there are multiple alternatives that the US has if it wants to do something like this. Pranjal Pandey says, your views on R.C. Majumdar's books on history, are they accurate and reliable? See, it's very simple. These books were written almost a century ago. So the information they have is antiquated information. That's you could consider that information to be a century old. Now in the century that came after the publication of these books, a lot more information and data is now available, and we have a much better understanding of Indian history. So, when we look at advances in archaeology, when we look at new archaeological discoveries, when we look at the advances in the science of genetics and what it tells us about our history, none of that is obviously going to be there in the books of R.C. Majumdar. And yet, those books are very good. So, you have to understand that there will be some outdated ideas in those books, outdated information in the books. For instance, those books, if I recall correctly, he speaks about the Aryan invasion theory as if it was a fact. So when he wrote those books, the Aryan invasion theory was uncritically accepted universally by everybody as a fact. All Indians believed that this is what happened. Today we know better. So what I would say is that those books are still very good, written very well, lots of good information in there, but you have to also know that some of this information is going to be outdated. So I would still consider the R.C. Majumdar books as good. They are still a very valuable source of historical information, but they are in some portions outdated. That's what I can say. Okay, this. What's your view about Kumari Kandam? It doesn't exist. There is zero evidence for any sunken continent south of India. None whatsoever. Thoughts on MS Dhoni? He used to be, he's one of our greatest cricketers, very aggressive batsman, good wicket keeper, okay captain, but he used to lead from the front. So yeah, one of the greatest of all Indian cricketers, one of the greatest of all Indian sports people, and he still plays, which is interesting. So that's my thoughts about him. He certainly made the Indian cricket team more aggressive and brought out an aggressive, more aggressive um, form of India, you could say. So it was a good change. Pratishwar says, you have educated us on the topic of power and leaderships a few times now. Can you please expand further on this topic? People say money is power, but is money really power? Money is currency. Now, you can use currency to expand your power base. If you are powerful enough, you can use money to further your influence, to acquire more power. But if you are powerless and you have money, then that money is going to be stolen away by somebody else who has more power than you. So, so leadership is something that is possible with power. If you have the leadership qualities, but you don't know the secrets of power, how to leverage power, how to wield power, then your leadership skills are going to be pointless. So the understanding of power is actually integral to being a good leader. And power comes from leverage. Power comes from people who will obey you. The more people you have who will obey you, the more powerful you are. Power is not influence, power is obedience. So that's something politicians understand. All political power comes from street power, especially in countries like India. You know that? That's why. That's how it works. So this is a complicated topic. Maybe I should do a dedicated video on that. So money is not power. Money is power when you are already powerful. Then you can use money to buy more power to a certain extent. So power, leadership, money, these are all tied together intricately. It's a nice triangular tango, you could say. So I I will take this up and maybe make a separate dedicated video or session about this. Okay, so what's the deal here? Oh, there's a break going on. So LSG is 51 for no loss in how many overs? In 7 overs. And KL Rahul has made 12 runs in 7 overs. Amazing. So it is the other guy. What's his name? Quinton, who is doing well. Good for him. All right. Uh, okay. Tanya says, can you please explain where does the name India come from? The name India comes from the Indus River. The Indus River is what the Greeks called the Sindhu. So the Sindhu is the Indian name of that river, that great river, which is our river, our civilized. It's one of our civilizational rivers. And truly speaking, India as a culture and as a civilization is incomplete without ownership of the Sindhu River. So that is unfinished business for India. Reclaiming the entire Sindhu River. India will be incomplete as long as the Sindhu River is not part of India. So that's a digression, but the name India comes from the Sindhu River, which the Greeks called Indus. Our Persian cousins called it the Hindu River because Sa becomes Ha in their language. And that's how this term Hindu came about. Okay. John Jonas says, how powerful is the Iranian army? I am Iranian. The Iranian army is as powerful as. See, the question is, how powerful is a nation's army? Your army is The power of your army is typically proportional to the power of your economy. So if you have a $1 trillion economy, hypothetically, you may spend maybe 2% or 5% of your economic of the economy on the budget of the armed forces. So if your GDP is, let's say, $1 trillion per year, you may spend about $50 million per year, sorry, billion, something like that, maybe 50 billion on the army if you are spending 5% of the GDP. If your GDP is $10 trillion, you may be able to afford to spend $500 billion. So the power of your army is directly proportional to the strength and the size of your economy. So what is the size of the Iranian economy? Let me do a very quick search. Iran GDP. What's the GDP of Iran? So it is in dollars. In dollars, it is 19.171 crores dollars. How do you convert crores to billion? 10 crore is 1 billion. Yeah, I'm kind of confused over here. I always get confused between crores and lakhs and billions and millions. So the GDP is Iran is 19, Greece is 18, Turkey is 72. So Iran's GDP, let me just say this, is quite small, unfortunately, compared to other countries. For instance, it is like almost one fourth of the GDP of Turkey. Now, if you look at the army of Turkey, it's not a very powerful army. It's like a local regional power. So Iran's army would get less funding, maybe a fourth, a quarter of the funding that the Turkish army would get. And of course, there are all these economic sanctions on Iran. So I would say that the Iranian army is very powerful internally. It knows how to control the Iranian population and keep the current regime in power. It is able to do that. It has an iron grip on the internal uh, systems and everything. But when it comes to fighting off external aggressors, it may not be that powerful. When it comes to, let's say, one of the biggest neighbors that Iran has is Saudi Arabia. It is also one of Iran's biggest rivals. And the Saudi Arabians, they have an enormous military budget. It's in excess of $50 billion per year. And they do it obviously to keep the Americans happy. So I think there is a significant asymmetry, power asymmetry, budgetary asymmetry when it comes to the Saudis and the Iranians. So Iran is definitely a genuine regional power. I would say the conventional strength of the Iranian army would be greater than that of Pakistan, maybe even greater than that of the Arabs, because the Arabs don't have the greatest military traditions. The Iranians, the Persians, have always been an imperial power in the past 3,000 years of history. So they have a good military tradition, but because of the financial and budgetary constraints, they may not quite be very powerful today. But they do aspire. The Iranians do aspire to become an empire again, a great power again. And that's why they are trying to acquire and develop nuclear weapons. So that is what I can say, sir. All the best to Iranians. I mean, you guys are our cousins. We always had good relations with you in the past. UNHC suspended Russia. Really? I hadn't heard of that. So we will look into that if that has actually happened. What is UNHC? Maybe you mean SC. Dungar Singh Chauhan says, any thoughts on Peter Francisco? Who is that? Let me see who is Peter Francisco. Haven't heard of him. Peter Francisco. American soldier. Interesting. So see, there you found a topic that I haven't heard about. So so obviously, since I have not read about this gentleman, I would not have any thoughts about it. But I will read this up. Maybe next time I could answer the question. Varun says, "Do you ever get an extraordinary spiritual experience when gazing at stars?" Because I always get that experience. I as a kid I used to spend hours gazing at stars. I never got a spiritual experience or eh, anything that I would call a spiritual experience, but I used to really love it, enjoy it. I used to lie flat on my back, and I used to gaze at stars for hours, and I used to wonder what was going on up there. So who else is out there? Because I'm quite sure that alien civilizations and life forms must exist around other star systems, and I used to wonder about that. So it's a very peaceful, calming experience. Your thoughts go in all kinds of directions. So I've really enjoyed that in the past, but I've never had what I would call a spiritual experience. What's the mystery of the disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization? There's no mystery. It's never disappeared. Still exists. It's us. Why do some scientists and mathematicians like John Nash and Vasisht Narayan Singh suffer from schizophrenia? Well, there are lots of scientists and mathematicians who don't suffer from schizophrenia, but these are interesting individuals because they were able to do good work, excellent work, despite being schizophrenic. And that's why their stories are more famous. So I would say that there is no correlation between mental illness and mathematics, or mental illness and being a genius. Being a genius means you have a different mental makeup, for sure, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are more predisposed to having any mental illnesses. So I don't personally quite see a correlation between being a genius scientist or being a genius mathematician and having schizophrenia or any other mental illness, because I know of many, many such geniuses who were perfectly fine. So the thing about schizophrenia is that it seems to run in families, right? For instance, John Nash, he had, I think, two sons, out of which one of his sons was also a mathematician, and he also had schizophrenia. I'm not sure if he's still alive. Hopefully, he is. But yeah, so I think it's a genetic thing, it's a hereditary thing, and so that's the little I know about schizophrenia. It's where you have these experiences, right? You hear voices and you imagine people who don't exist, that sort of thing. All right. Really? I did not know this. Ukraine officially asked India to security provider. Okay, first of all, I haven't heard about this. If they have really asked for it, we should immediately say that it is not our war. What's happening in Ukraine is not India's business. It's not India's responsibility to provide security to Ukraine. I know things are bad, but it's very unfortunate, and we can offer them our sincere condolences for what's happening, but it's not our war. India will not get involved in a war that is not something we started and not something we are responsible for. So if the Ukrainians ask India to provide security, we must say, very sorry, we are sorry for what's happening to you, but we cannot do it. Simple. सर क्या लगता है आज का मैच कौन जीतेगा? लेट मी सी अभी क्या हो रहा है. So the target is 150. That's what Delhi Capitals made. So LSG is 71 for no loss in 9 overs. ऐसा लगता है कि LSG जीतने वाला है, right? Lucknow Super Giants. And Kuldeep Singh, the lefty leg spinner, is bowling. And Quinton is batting well, it looks like. Quentin de Kock. Akshay says, why are North Sentinel people so hostile? Because there is a history. The British colonizers set foot there and they brutalized those people. There was this British guy whose name I don't remember anymore because he's an insignificant guy. But what he did is that um, he set foot on that place with his soldiers and all that. He was in charge of the soldiers, and he took many of these people as prisoners and did weird things with them. Not quite sure what the weirdness was, but there was some weirdness there. So the experience that the people of this island had with outsiders was not good. So that will be passed on from generation to generation, that story. And that's why there is this hostility towards outsiders. So from their perspective, they have been stranded on that island for 40,000 years or so. And for them, whether it is somebody from Britain or somebody from India or somebody from Sri Lanka, it's all the same. It's outsiders. And based on the experience they had with the British, outsiders are bad. And that's why they are hostile. That's why they are like, they believe in self-preservation. Outsiders do bad things to us. So let's kill them all. So that's why they shoot arrows at outsiders. And I'm glad that the Indian government has decided to respect their wishes and not interfere with them. So North Sentinel Island is essentially an autonomous Indian protectorate. It is autonomous because it is self-administered. India does not impose Indian law and Indian constitution on that island, and they are allowed to live their life as they wish, and they are under our protection, which is a very good thing. And no one is allowed to go there, so that there is no genetic contamination or no transmission of illnesses that these guys may not be immune to. So that is the situation with this island and these people. Okay, Mahakal says, can you suggest a book you want a 19-year-old Abhijit or people in the 20s to read? I would say read everything. Read as much as you can. Acquire as much knowledge as you can. And if you don't like reading, watch podcasts or listen to podcasts or watch documentaries or whatever works for you. But acquire knowledge. So I don't have any, see the thing, I don't have a single book that I can recommend. What I can recommend is read lots of books, broaden your horizons. If you read a book, it's very problematic. Don't ever read a book. Read all books you can. All right. I People who read only one or two books, this scare me. All right. Giri Jesh says, your views on near death experience or out of body experience. It's a fact. It happens. It happens to lots of people. So my views are that we don't quite know what is the cause of these experiences. Uh, People whose heart has stopped, for instance, and they are revived, they speak about these things. And people who are in a coma also, they speak about these things. So these are called near death experiences and out of body experiences. So in some cases they feel like they remember being out of the body, no longer being part of the body, being somewhere else, maybe on the ceiling or something, and watching themselves being operated upon or whatever. So this is a reasonably common experience that people have who go through such circumstances. And while this near death experience of being inside a tunnel and seeing some entities, that may possibly be explained by chemical imbalances or whatever in the brain. But how do you explain the out of body experience in which you are outside of the body and you remember seeing yourself be lying on the table or whatever, the doctor's trying to revive you? How do you explain that? So there are certain things that still cannot be adequately explained by whatever knowledge we have. I'm sure there are explanations, but so The thing is, it's still to a large extent a mystery, and it's not properly understood. And thus far, it has not been sufficiently well explained as to why this happens. So that is my view on this. It's a very interesting topic, fascinating topic. That's what I can say about it. Okay, let's go back to cricket. Oh, one guy is out. Who is out? So Mr. Rahul is gone. 74 for 1 in 10 overs. They need 150 in 20. Okay, I guess they could still achieve it. They are on track. Okay. Daniel says Doctor Strange represent. What is that? Doctor Strange is one of those Marvel superhero people, right? The guy who does this weird thing and travel through time and all that. Okay, what else do we have? Your thoughts on Samadhi and Mahasamadhi? Uh, I don't quite know much about this. Samadhi means what is Samadhi? It is a very deep state of meditation, right? Samadhi, and Mahasamadhi may be something even deeper than that. So yeah, that's what I know about this. It's all about stages of meditation, to what level you can meditate. And some people give up their bodies during samadhi, right? They just see, yeah. So, and you find these samadhis of various ancient saints in some places. So when a person goes into samadhi and never comes back, they are buried. They're not cremated, right? So that's the little I know about this. It's an interesting topic again, but that's all I could say about it as of today. Ashish says the difference between Turks, Mughals, and Afghans. Turks and Mughals are the same thing. The Mughals were Turks. They are called Mughals for some reason, because maybe they claim to have Mongolian ancestry. So that's why the term Mughal was used for them, but they were actually Turks. Culturally, they were Turks. They may have had some partial fragmentary Mongol ancestry to some extent, but culturally, religiously, and all that, they were Turkic. So the people we call Mughals were actually Turks. So the Turks were these Central Asian nomads, descendants of the Hunnic peoples. They followed various religions at different points in time. Their ancestral culture was what is known as Tengrism, which is a polytheistic belief system. Uh, then they also followed at different times Hinduism and Buddhism. Then eventually they all became Muslim. So that's what you see among the Turks today. So the Mughals, the so-called Mughals, were actually Turks. The Turks of Turkey are Turks. The Turks of Central Asia are also Turks. The Afghans are not Turks. The Afghans, well, today it's complicated. But if you look at the history of Gandhar, they're Indians. So if you look at the population, the ethnic makeup of Afghanistan, you have a number of distinct ethnic groups in Afghanistan today. The largest ethnic group is the Pashtuns. Then you have the Uzbeks, you have the Turkmen to some extent, you have the Hazaras, and you also have the Tajiks. So the Uzbeks, the Hazaras, the Uzbeks are Turks, the Hazaras are of Mongolian origin, the Tajiks are Indo-Iranian, and the Pashtuns are of Indian origin. You say this to a Pashtun, they'll get angry. They say, "Hey, we are not Indians. We are what? We are either Iranians or we are descendants of Jews or something." They'll say. But if you look at the genetics, it is clear that they are Indians. They are of Indian origin. They are an extension of the overall North Indian population. So the true Afghans are the Pashtuns, and they are the descendants of ancient Indians. Okay, what else do we have? Okay, tell us about William the Conqueror. He is considered a villain in the UK because he conquered their country long ago. Was he a brutal mass murderer, as they say? He is not considered to be a villain in the UK, from what I know. From what I know, he is the ancestor of the British ruling family, royal family. Every single king or queen of England from the year 1066 onwards was a direct descendant of William the Conqueror. So he is the ancestor of all their kings and queens from the past 1000 years. And from my perspective, I don't see this sort of attitude towards William the Conqueror. Most likely, they consider him to be one of the greatest rulers. So, what is the truth about this guy? He was born an illegitimate child. So the story is very interesting. His ancestor, his great 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 grandfather or whatever, was a Viking named Rollo, and he settled down in northwestern France, what's known as Normandy, uh, and he settled down there with his Viking followers, and they adopted French customs, French language. They married French women, and they adopted the French language. So eventually, they became French after 2 3 generations. So this guy, so they became so Rollo was the first Duke of Normandy, and his overlord was the King of France. And he began a line of dukes of Normandy. His son was the Duke of Normandy, the second Duke. His grandson was the third Duke, and so on. So, so this guy William was either his great great grandson or great 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 grandson. I don't remember quite, but he was an illegitimate child. That's why he was given this disrespectful epithet of William the Bastard. That's what they used to call him. So he had a reasonably good reign as the Duke of Normandy. He was a very vigorous military campaigner. It is possible that he was even more powerful than the King of France. And then in the year 1066, he invaded England and he got lucky and he was able to conquer England. From that time onwards, nobody called him William the Bastard, they called him William the Conqueror. So that's the brief story of this guy. He was brutal whenever he needed to be. His final act as the king was the destruction of the city of Nantes in France. He set the city on fire and he killed a whole bunch of people, men, women, children. So, yeah, he was brutal. That's how it always was. The history of humanity is the history of conflict, warfare, and brutality. So, yeah, he was brutal. And he disempowered the Saxon elite of England and he replaced the Saxon nobility with the Norman nobility. And eventually it all merged over time, over the centuries, and that's how it happened. So that is in brief about William the Conqueror. Excuse me. Vijay Vagela says, do you watch golf? No, I don't. I don't quite understand golf. I have a very, very, very rough idea of how the game is played. The lower your score, the better you've done, that sort of thing. So that's what I know about it. I know that they have had a few good players. Tiger Woods comes to mind, and Greg Norman, I believe, and so on. That's the little I know about golf. I've never really been a golf guy. Never watched golf, so that's where I stand with respect to golf. Okay. Okay, Tejas says, if you say Mongols respected Indian culture, why did they not overthrow Iltutmish and free us from the invaders? Because it was not their fight. I can respect Ukrainian culture, but it doesn't make it my responsibility to go and defeat Vladimir Putin and get him out of Ukraine. It's not my fight. It's not my war. Similarly, Genghis Khan was standing on the western banks of the Indus River 800 years before today, maybe 799, maybe 801 years before today, whatever it is. But it was not his fight. He had other problems to deal with. He had his own national interest to safeguard. And there was a big rebellion ongoing in China at the time. He had conquered China, but because he went all the way west to the empire of Khwarezm, which is like 3,000 kilometers away, the Chinese rebelled and they declared independence. So he had to go back and quell that rebellion. That was the pressing concern for him. It was a matter of life and death for his people in the long run. So that's why he had to go and deal with that. And the India's problems were India's problems. You guys deal with it. I respect your culture. I will not harm you, but I will not go and waste my time saving you. That's what you need to do for yourself. So that's how it is. Just because you respect somebody doesn't mean that that person becomes your responsibility. All right. All right. Why are there graves of ancient Indians if Indians practice cremation? Maybe we have been practicing cremation for a few thousand years. Maybe before that, we practiced burials. There is nothing in the Vedic texts or in what we call Hinduism that says that you cannot practice burials, right? So, India's history as a civilization is close to 10,000 years old. And we are a very diverse people. We are a very diverse people. We have lots of local manifestations of the overall Indian culture and civilization. So even today, there are certain people in southern India, I believe, who are Hindus, who even today practice burials. So there is nothing in the Hindu so-called religion that says you can't have burials. It's your choice, but overall, as a people, we practice cremations. So our history is very old, and a whole lot of changes have happened over the millennia. So that's why you will find graves also in ancient India. So there's nothing that suggests that this is not part of Indian culture. All right, where are we now? Mayuri says, what's your views on this YouTube personality called Jordan Peterson? Have you been interested in the topics he has spoken about? He is not really a YouTube personality, he's a professor. Just because he has a YouTube channel doesn't mean he's a mere YouTuber. He transcends YouTube, and he is quite influential among certain sections of Western society. He's more of a traditionalist. He's strongly Christian in his belief system. So I have watched a few of his videos. I even have his book, but I haven't quite read it thus far. Which book? Those 12 habits he speaks about. I have also read parts of his older book. So what I see about in him is that he is strongly Christian. He believes in Western civilization. He believes in the supremacy of Western civilization. He believes that it is the superior civilization. All progress that humanity has achieved is because of the excellence of Western civilization. He believes in Christian values, in traditional values, and so on and so forth. So that's what I can say in brief about Jordan Peterson. Yeah. So yeah, he's an interesting person, but I don't agree with him on everything or on many things. All right. Why is the government of India not resuming excavations in Dwarka? Who is stopping them? The only thing that is stopping the Indian government is the Indian government. I don't know why the excavation is not being carried forward. No idea. It should happen. It needs to happen. Rishikesh says even if Pakistan is balkanized, a nuclear state would remain. How does India deal with that? This is a good question. Rishikesh, I must applaud you for asking this excellent question. We speak about balkanizing Pakistan. What happens to the nukes? So Let's go back to the early 1990s. The Americans successfully balkanized the USSR, and yet they were not able to solve the problem of the nukes. So out of the fragments and debris of the USSR came a successor state, which was Russia. At that time, they had a puppet called Boris Yeltsin in power, who essentially did their job further and destroyed the Russian economy. And yet, after him came Vladimir Putin, who over 2 decades worked towards rebuilding the Russian economy, and he made Russia more powerful again. It's not a superpower anymore, but it is still a major global power, and they have more nukes than the US. So, despite being successful in balkanizing the USSR, the Americans were not able to to resolve the question of the nukes. The nukes are still there, and they now belong to Russia. So, if Pakistan is balkanized, the question is what happens to the nukes that they have? So, I don't have the answer today. That is something India's leadership needs to think about. It is a problem that needs to be solved. Merely balkanizing Pakistan will not be enough. They will have to find a way of securing the nukes or neutralizing the nukes. I would say securing them would be a better option. So, how to engineer that? There are there are ways of doing that. There are creative ways of doing such things. You need to cultivate people within the establishment. It can be done. Of course, it can be done. So that's the problem that the Indian state, the Indian government, the leadership will have to grapple with. I'm sure there must be multiple plans and alternatives in place. So, yeah, the best way to secure nukes in an enemy state when you balkanize it is to cultivate people whom you can trust within the establishment of that state, which means within the Pakistan army itself or the ISI. So that's what would need to be done. So when the breakup happens, those nukes for a few hours should be safely in the custody of those people until they can be handed over to somebody more responsible like the Indian government. So that's something that would need to happen. All right. Okay, what else do we have? Mac per $20. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Vijendra Singh says, can you please tell us about the Charan community and why they are not included in the caste system? We don't have a caste system in India. We have the Varna Jati system, which is way more complex and complicated and intricate than this ridiculous four caste system. Let me tell you something. We all believe in this. We all believe that we have been practicing this Chatur Varna system or something, right? And it's mentioned in certain ancient texts like the Manusmriti, etc. But look at how India used to be. Uh, if you see the accounts of the Greek ambassador to India, Megasthenes. So this Greek ambassador, was in the Indian emperor's court in Patliputra um, during the Mauryan era, and he wrote a detailed account of India. He wrote a book or an account called Indica. Now the original text is lost, but it is referenced multiple times in other texts that have survived. So we know what Megasthenes wrote about India in that text that is lost. So what he said is that there were seven classes in India, seven, not four, seven classes. And he did not call them castes or whatever. There were seven different categories of occupations or people in India. And you had all these different things that they took care of. You had the Brahmins, who were the people who took care of the knowledge and imparting and transmitting knowledge. You had philosophers, you had laborers, you had farmers. The farmers were the most numerous people and the most prosperous, most likely. And then you had the warriors. And so you can look it up. I don't remember the exact details of each of these seven categories, but you had seven distinct classes of people in India. So this Chatur Varna system is something that has crept into our consciousness at a much later date. And it is something that is now ossified, and it's become a reality because in any government form or certificate, you essentially need to write down your caste, whether you are going for admission or, and because of the reservation system also. So the Charan community, as far as I know, it is they used to be, what was their occupation? They were record keepers, they were bards, singers, and to some extent warriors too, I believe, if required. So that's what I remember about the Charan community vaguely. So they are closely associated with the aristocracy of the region of Western India. So Rajputs and Charans are closely associated as far as I recall. So that's what I could offer to you in brief. I am not an expert in the history of the Charan people, but they have had a significant role to play in the history of India, at least the past 1,000, maybe 2,000 years. Okay, Pranjal says, how do I prepare for the UPSC? The history books recommended for UPSC are Marxist agenda driven history. UPSC is biased towards the left. So how do I qualify and later change within? Listen, if you want to qualify for the UPSC, you have to read those history books and pass the exams. So all you have to do is tell yourself that this is not the correct history. But since they require me to answer in a certain way, I will answer in that way that they require. But you don't have to internalize that, right? So it's as simple as that. If you want to make a career for yourself in the UPSC, then you have to go through this process of absorbing and then replicating that false, distorted history. But don't internalize it. Always remind yourself that this is just something that I am going to do as a temporary thing. So that's what I could say in brief. All right, all right. Okay, somebody is disagreeing with me, sir. Thank you very much. I know that the Kayasthas were record keepers and administrators and bookkeepers. The Charans, like I said, were bards. They were good in singing and they would extol the virtues of the rulers and the ancestors and things like that. And to some extent, they also maintained genealogical records. Please prove me wrong. All right. There you go. So Neil says philosophers, cultivators, herdsmen, artisans, and traders, soldiers, overseers, and counselors. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. These are the seven classes or categories of people that were there in India 2,500 years ago. So there were not four castes, you had these seven categories or classes of people. And I'm sure there was social mobility based upon your aptitude and your performance and whatever you're good at. So that's what India used to be like. Don't believe this nonsense of the four castes and all that. It's never been that way. What is the purpose of human existence? देखो बच्चों ये सब माया है. Don't believe in Maya. What's the purpose of existence? To do something good, to live a good life that when you are leaving it should not fill you with regret. We don't know what the true nature of the universe is. We know very little. We don't understand. We have the faintest idea of about 4% of the universe. More than 96% of the universe is dark. So we don't know what's going on there. We don't know if there is something beyond our universe, and we don't know what consciousness is. There is so much we don't know. So the so so what I would say is that nobody has the real answers. Some people claim to have the answers. Okay, that's good for them. I don't have the answers. But what I could say is that The purpose of life is to live the kind of life that when you leave that life, when it comes to an end, you should not look back upon your life and be filled with regret. Do something constructive, do something creative, leave something behind that will be useful for others, help others, make others happy without making yourself unhappy in the process. Don't let people exploit you, but create something. Leave something behind that is useful for others. Be a good link in the chain. We are simply links in the chain between the past and the future. So be a good link, don't be a rotten link, right? So that's what I would say is the purpose of human existence. I think the most fulfilling thing is to help, is to contribute something good to society in any way whatsoever, in a small way or a big way, it doesn't matter. But don't cause any harm, don't cause hurt. Be good, and if possible, create something good. That in my personal opinion is the purpose of human existence. Who is King Solomon? Did he have any ties with India? King Solomon was one of the oldest kings of the Jews. He is believed to have lived about 3,000 years before today. Some people consider him to be a historical king. Some people consider him to be a semi mythical king. I would say most likely he was a historical king, and he built this great temple in the city of Jerusalem. And that temple was destroyed by the Romans, and one of its walls still stands. They call it the Wailing Wall. It's a sacred site for the Jews, for the Jewish people, for the Yahudi people. So that is, in very brief, who King Solomon was. And did he have ties with India? There's no evidence that he had any. So, from the limited knowledge that I have not seen any evidence of ties between the Indian people, Indian civilization, and the Jewish people from the time of King Solomon, 3,000 years before today. Okay. What is the current status of active Indian overseas military bases? That's a good question. So, we have a number of active military bases outside of our country on the territory and soil of other countries. For instance, there are two air force bases that we may have, which may be operational in Tajikistan. So if you don't know where it is, Google it. It is to the northwest of Afghanistan. It is a few minutes by air from Pakistan. So India has Farkhor Air Base and Aini Air Base. These are two air bases in Tajikistan. Tajikistan is part of India's extended neighborhood, culturally, genetically close to us, these people. So that's two air bases that we have. We may or may not have a few fighter planes there, Sukhois perhaps, and we may or may not have a few missiles there, possibly, perhaps. I don't have any information. Okay, I'm just guessing. This is called guesswork, but it's reasonably educated guesswork. You could call it that. So that is Tajikistan. We also have something in Oman, a naval base of some kind in Oman. Oman is one of our neighboring nations, in case you don't know. To the west of Gujarat, if you cross the Sea of Saurashtra, you will reach Oman. So that is Oman. We have some kind of naval facility in Oman, at least one. We may have something in Chabahar, which is in Iran. And we certainly have radar stations in the Seychelles, which is in the Indian Ocean between India and Madagascar. And we also have an island that we have leased from Mauritius, on which we may have some kind of naval and other kinds of naval facility, and maybe something else. So that's what I can think of off the top of my head. Do we have anything else? We have a significant collaboration with France in the Indian Ocean region. France, in case you don't know, is a major Indian Ocean naval power. And so, yeah, that's what I can say. Do we have anything else elsewhere? Overseas military base. That's what I can think of right now. So, yeah, that's what I can say in brief about our active overseas military bases. Chalo, IPL. क्या हो रहा है? So, what is happening in the IPL? Let me see. Mr. Quinton is raising his bat. He seems to have done well. So, LSG is 106 for 2, 14.2 overs. And there you go, 4 runs, 6 runs. So, looks like LSG is going to win this match. That's what it looks like to me, unless there's a ridiculous collapse of some kind. And given these flat pitches, kuch nahi hone wala hai. Oh, Lord Shardul is bowling. I like the guy. Lord Shardul. The thing about Shardul is that he's slightly large, isn't he? He seems to love certain kinds of food. Oh, it's a four. It's a four. It's not a six. Okay. So someone's conversation. Let me jump into that. Rutvij says, Tanya, some Kapoors are Pashtun, Chopras and Tandons are Aryan. Arey bhai, ye kya hota hai? What is Aryan? Kapoors are Indo-Iranic, but not Aryan Vedic, like Iranians and Indians. But some Kapoors are Vedic. I'm totally confused. I have lost all track of history. Somebody help. Some. Okay, I don't mean to make fun of anyone. I'm just confused when I see this. Some Kapoors are Pashtun, Chopras and Tandons are Aryans. Kapoors are Indo-Iranic, but not Aryan and not Vedic like Iranians and Indians. But some Kapoors are Vedic. That's it. I'm done. No more history for me. Oh, I have no idea what this means, guys. Daniel says, your thoughts on the R Place social experiment on Reddit. No, no thoughts because I haven't heard of it. But what is it? Can someone tell me in the comments, in the chat? What was that? I will certainly look it up. What's your take on global temperatures rising? Is it time to globally work on it together and give up world politics? Are we at the verge of extinction? We're not on the verge of extinction, but it's certainly going to change the world as it is. See, climate change is a thing. There is a human component to it. What the human what the Western nations have done since the time of the so-called industrial revolution is to emit incredible amounts of carbon into the atmosphere. They have been polluting the atmosphere and the rivers and the oceans for at least 2.5, 3 centuries, more than that, most likely. So that has contributed to climate change. And today, in the 21st and 21st century, nations like India and China are trying to industrialize again. So that will have a carbon footprint. You can't blame India for trying to catch up with what the West has done, and you can't blame China for that. So that is something that's going to happen. There is a human component to climate change. But even before all of this, there was climate change. We lost the mother of India's civilization, the Saraswati River, to climate change. The great river dried out about 3.5 or 4,000 years before today. It was a long, slow process that lasted at least a couple of thousand years because the Indian monsoon started declining monotonically about 6,000 years before today. And that was the beginning of the decline of the Saraswati River. And that process took at least 2,000 years, 2,500 years. So that is climate change. It is a natural process, but it is also being accelerated by human actions. So it's not going to render humanity extinct. What could destroy humanity is nuclear war, civil war. What could destroy humanity is poisoning the oceans. Now they are detecting microplastic particles in human blood. So that could have long term unforeseen consequences, health consequences, and so on. So I believe, this is my personal opinion, we cannot prevent climate change. It's going to happen. It's a natural process. And even the human mediated factor on to climate change is something that is irreversible. Even if we stop whatever greenhouse gases are being emitted and shift completely to non to renewable energy and all that, still you're going to have climate change, and what's happened is not going to be reversed. And it is, I believe, impossible for humanity to reach a consensus and for nations to give up their national interest. So it's going to continue. It's going to keep on happening. So yeah, that's where we are. Globally work together. You can globally work together only if there is a single world government, which would be the most horrible thing that can ever happen to humanity. So that is not going to happen, most likely, and hopefully not. But yeah, climate change is gonna go on. Okay, so LSG needs 38 runs from 29 balls. They should win. They've lost only 2 wickets. Okay. Aryan says, have you heard about the petrography of Ratnagiri? What you mean is the petroglyphs of Ratnagiri, which are these rock carvings. Yes, I've heard of them. Very old. They are believed to be more than 10,000 years old in some cases, maybe 12, 15,000 years old. So it is evidence of an earlier phase, of a more ancient phase of Indian civilization. So yes, it is something that needs to be investigated by professional historians. And first of all, we need to ensure that there is proper conservation done of this. So when something becomes a tourist attraction, people go there and they damage it. So we need to ensure that these rock carvings are preserved properly and safeguarded. And of course, we need to find out who did this, what was the cultural, civilizational context, is there some religious significance, what was the significance, why did people go to the trouble of doing all these big rock carvings. So yeah, that's what needs to happen. How to survive a nuclear attack? Be as far away from it as possible. Hopefully a few 100 kilometers from there, then you will survive it. If you are anywhere within the radius of harm, you're gonna you're gonna be affected by it. How to deal with the fragmentation of social structure and the fading of culture, morals, values, etc., with materialistic development of a country. The best example is the US and Western countries. Yeah, it's a good question. It's something that's happening to India right now. And why is it happening? We don't understand. In the past, India was the world's greatest economy, the largest economy. So you had incredible material development of India. India was a fully urbanized, fully industrialized civilization 4,000, 5,000 years before today. We know that. So there was incredible material development, and yet we had this incredibly rich culture, and it's able to survive until today. Now it is fragmenting. So it is not material development that destroys culture. If you are materialistically advanced, but your government and your leadership promotes the culture, then your culture is going to flower. Look at India during the Gupta age. It is called the golden age of India. It was a unified India at the time under one emperor, incredible material prosperity, and a brilliant cultural renaissance. So material development doesn't necessarily mean crumbling and fading of culture, morals, values. So what's really happening is Western interference in India, in India's internal affairs. It is today Indians unfortunately have been brainwashed into thinking that modernity is westernization. To be modern, to be advanced, to progress, you have to discard Indian culture, Indian morals, Indian values, and take up Western and try to emulate the West. So that is why India's culture is in under threat today. And also there are all these breaking India forces, various NGOs and religious organizations, etc., that are funded by external forces that are seeking to actively re engineer India's demographics. So, all that is happening right now. So, the simple solution is India needs to become more powerful. India's economy needs to grow. Once you reach a certain stage, it will be very difficult for other countries to interfere the way they are interfering right now. So, as of today, India is not a very powerful country. So, that needs to change. Then we'll be fine. Right. So many questions. How many do I pick? Alok Patel says, what will happen to the Tibetan leadership after the 14th Dalai Lama? The way things are going, the 14th Dalai Lama could be the last Dalai Lama. Or maybe you may have a puppet Dalai Lama that the Chinese Communist Party will install. So, for instance, there is this what is that other Lama? The Panchen Lama, the Karmapa, I'm not sure. So, that is something, that is an institution that the Chinese have stolen, and they have installed their own Lama, Karmapa, Panchen, most likely the Panchen Lama. So the Tibetans had appointed their own Panchen Lama as per their ancient practices, and the Chinese abducted that boy, and he has disappeared ever since for the past 20, 30 years, maybe 20 plus years. And they have appointed a different Panchen Lama of their own. Is it the, let me just Google it quickly, Panchen Lama, or what is it? What is it? Panchen Lama. Yes, the 11th Panchen Lama. So that's what the Chinese did. They hijacked that institution. Now, His Holiness the Dalai Lama, he is old now. He is advanced in his years. So one hopes that he lives to 100 or something, but that gives us 20 years. So once he passes on, the people of Tibet will have to appoint the next Dalai Lama. So, what may happen then is that the Chinese government will hijack that process, and they will appoint a CCP Dalai Lama, a Chinese Communist Party sanctioned Dalai Lama, which will be a, a disaster for Tibetan culture. So, yeah, that's where we stand. The institution of the Dalai Lama may end with the current Dalai Lama, or it may be hijacked by the Chinese government. And yeah, so that's the possibility. As of today, the Tibetan leadership is not even there in Tibet. There is a Tibetan government in exile, which has no real power. So that is a sad situation in Tibet. Okay, Akra Chan says, if China occupies Taiwan, will it be a cause of the West's hegemonic collapse? Can China be balkanized, and will we see an independent Xinjiang, Tibet, Yunnan? Excuse me, let me drink some water. So, if the Chinese succeed in conquering Taiwan, it will be a disaster for the US. When we say the West, we mean the US. There is only one power in the West, the US. So, if the Chinese succeed in this, it will be a complete disaster for the US. It means that the US will lose its superpower status. So, yes, if that happens, it will be the cause of the collapse of American hegemony in the world. The Americans will lose their superpower status. It could be the beginning of the rise of a new superpower, China. So, the Americans will try their best not to allow this to happen. So, the other question is, can China be balkanized and so on? Yeah, China can be balkanized if the right conditions are in place. So, what are the right conditions? Well, look at history. Look at how other powers have been balkanized. Look at how empires collapse. It can happen. So, as of today, it is difficult because the Chinese Communist Party is in complete control of China. There is almost no resistance to the Chinese Communist Party. They have like 100% hegemony in China. So when you have that level of control, it is difficult to envisage a collapse of that regime. The one way in which the CCP could collapse is if they engage in some kind of military misadventure and get beaten badly and very publicly. That would totally destroy their legitimacy, their claim to legitimacy as the only ruler of China. So I don't see the Chinese Communist Party doing that because they are very risk averse. They have built a lot in the past few decades and they don't want to lose that. So that's why they are very risk averse. Aditya says, I have three careers in life: entrepreneur, open world biggest company, be the first Indian company to do so, politician, and IAS. Where can I contribute the most to our great nation to make it greater? I can't give you the answer because I don't know you personally. I don't know what your strengths are. I don't know what your weaknesses are. Everybody has strengths and everybody has a corresponding set of weaknesses. So I don't know what your strengths and aptitudes are. Some people will make good entrepreneurs. Some people may not be that. And some people may be good at politics, some people may be good at bureaucracy. So it is for you to discover that what is the best path for yourself. And to discover that, you have to first understand yourself. So invest the time and the effort in understanding yourself, and then you will know the answer. I cannot give you the answer. Nobody can give you the answers except yourself. All right. Um, Kiran says Putin is claiming that Americans have an intention of the dissolution of the Russian Federation. I saw this in a Russian government funded channel. Of course, the Americans intend to do that. They, like I said in the beginning of this live stream, the Americans seek a bipolar world. They seek a G2 kind of situation, which means two major powers, the US and obviously China. The Americans do not want a multipolar world. So, as long as nations like Russia and India exist, bipolarity is a pipe dream and multipolarity will continue. So, the Americans need to find a way to deal with Russia and also with India, either by making India a puppet or a colony of the US or by engineering the fragmentation of India. So, the Americans have two options with India: either make India a puppet or to engineer the fragmentation of India. When it comes to Russia, they only have one option, they only have one intention: to balkanize Russia and cause its dissolution. So if Putin has said that, obviously he knows what the truth is. Right. So to understand the American perspective, why would they not want this? They don't want any challenges. They don't want multiple challenges. If there is only two big poles, then they can focus on the one major challenge, which is China. But if there are multiple poles, multiple powerful nations, then they have to deal with a multitude of potential threats and competitors. So, to make things simple, they would prefer to have just a bipolar world. So, one way of doing it is to first deal with Russia and then deal with India. So, that is the logic which makes sense from their perspective. Why does China want Taiwan? Well, the Chinese want Taiwan for multiple reasons. Firstly, Taiwan, they consider Taiwan to be a breakaway province. The people of Taiwan, the 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 majority of the population of Taiwan is Chinese speaking, of Chinese origin. So that is one reason. Secondly, the Taiwanese, they have this strong relationship with the Americans, and to capture Taiwan means that they would break the American hegemony in that region and globally. So the Chinese have this aspiration to replace the US as the global superpower. So, one way of doing it, one of the steps towards that process is to reacquire Taiwan. So, there are multiple reasons, and they all make sense if you put yourself in the shoes of the Chinese. From their perspective, of their national interest, it makes sense to reacquire Taiwan. Uh, Pratham says, is Ramdan Kadyrov the successor of Putin? We don't know who is the successor of Putin. First of all, his name is Ramzan Kadyrov, not Ramdan. So Ramzan Kadyrov is the de facto king of Chechnya, and this is the arrangement that he has with Vladimir Putin, that he will have reasonably autonomous rule in Chechnya, but he will recognize Putin as the overall emperor. That sort of thing, like you had with the King of France and the Duke of Normandy. So the Duke of Normandy was more or less autonomous in Normandy, but he officially recognized the King of France as his overlord. So that's the kind of situation they have. And so I don't see Ramzan Kadyrov as the successor of Putin. I don't see that happening. That would be a change of monumental proportions. And there is no reason for Putin to allow somebody like Kadyrov to become the ruler of Russia. He would not allow that. So we don't quite know what succession plans Vladimir Putin has. The key to the longevity of a culture, of a civilization, of an empire is good succession. So, in the case of the Chinese Communist Party, they have a very clear mechanism of succession. The successor to the Chinese emperor or the president, whatever you call it, comes from the inner coterie of the Chinese Communist Party, from the inner circle, from the elite. So before Xi Jinping, you had, who was it? Was it Hu Jintao? I think it was Hu Jintao. Before Hu Jintao, you had who was it? Li Peng, Jiang Zemin. Before them, you had Deng Xiaoping. Okay, I get the chronology mixed up sometimes, but so they have a clear mechanism of how the succession will happen. In the case of Russia, we don't quite know what the mechanism is, but I'm sure Vladimir Putin must have thought about this, and he must have two or three potential successors lined up in his head, and I suppose that's how it will happen. But I don't see Ramzan Kadyrov as being the successor of Putin. Ethnically, he is more of an Indo-Iranian person than Russian. So yeah, that's how I see it. Vijay Raghavan says, please tell us about Russia's 9/11, which is the Beslan hostage crisis, and the Chechen wars, the first war, the second war. How is Chechnya's warlord today a Russian puppet? Excuse me. So the Beslan hostage crisis happened about roughly a couple of decades ago, in which you had these Chechen rebels who took all these hostages. Was it a theater? Was it a school? It was a school. They took all these little kids hostage, and many of these kids died. That sort of thing. So it was not a very good thing to do, but well, that's how it goes. So what happened is that after the breakup of the USSR, many of these republics, the Soviet socialist republics, they declared independence. Ukraine became independent. Tajikistan became independent. Armenia, Azerbaijan, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Uzbekistan, and so on and so forth. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, they all broke away from the USSR. Now, the Chechens, who are in the Caucasus region, southern Russia, they also wanted to break away. And ethnically, culturally, religiously, they have historically been Muslims. So they started this what you could consider to be an Islamic insurgency, and they tried to break away. So the Russians fought back during Yeltsin's time. There was the first war with Chechnya, which the Russians more or less lost. Then, when Vladimir Putin came to power, he started the second war. And this time around, the Russians won. They reacquired control over Chechnya. The city of Grozny was flattened more or less. Yeah, that's what happened. And then what Vladimir Putin did is that he uh, he reached this kind of agreement with Ramzan Kadyrov. So Ramzan Kadyrov's father was a very prominent Chechen leader. He first fought against Russia, then he switched sides, and eventually he was assassinated in a bombing. So his son is Ramzan Kadyrov, and Putin appointed Ramzan Kadyrov as the governor or de facto king of Chechnya. And the arrangement is that this guy Kadyrov has more or less complete control over Chechnya. He's like a king. The Russians will not interfere with the internal affairs in Chechnya. They will allow these guys to practice Islam in their own way, whichever way they want. The only thing is that they have to recognize the supremacy of Russia as the so Chechnya has to remain a part of Russia, remain a part of Russia, and they must contribute soldiers and all that to the Russian military cause whenever required. So Ramzan Kadyrov essentially has his own private army, a Chechen army, and it is right now in action in Ukraine. So what I just said, you are seeing it in action right now. So that's how it happened. The Russians were just too powerful. That's why the Chechens reached this compromise that we will acquire local regional autonomy while remaining subsidiary or subordinate to Russia. So that's what happened in very brief. Okay, what's happening in cricket? Super Giants need 19 runs in 12 balls. Should not be very hard. They've lost 3 wickets. Who's batting? Deepak Huda and Krunal Pandya. Yeah, should be okay. They should be able to do it. What do you guys think? Who's winning? Yeah, so that's where we are. Sachit says, my question is, why are there so many countries' defense ministers visiting India recently? Is it to change India's position with regards to Ukraine-Russia issue? Many of them are doing it to pressurize India. Some of them are doing it to have a better relationship with India. So when a US ally comes to India and they want to, whatever's happening, it may be on behalf of the US to put forth the US perspective and to try and cajole or coerce India into towing the line that the US wants us to tow. So, so from that perspective, that's what's happening. But there are certain other people. I'm not sure if the French uh, minister came to India. Most likely they did come. So in that case, it would be a bilateral thing. And even the Russian foreign minister came to India last week, I believe, about a week or so ago. So everybody has different objectives, and some of them want us to go into the US camp, some of them want us to remain autonomous, some of them want partnerships with India, mutually beneficial partnerships. But it's some one thing is becoming very clear: India has become the focus of a lot of diplomatic activity in the last month or so, and it's continuing. It's happening on a continuing basis. There is this neighborhood first diplomacy. The Sri Lankan ministers came to India, the Nepalese prime minister came to India, Lavrov came to India. So much is happening. So it looks like India is currently playing a significant role of some kind, even as a mediator in the Ukraine situation. So, yeah, that's where we are today. And what we are witnessing is that India is standing firm. India is not bowing down to foreign pressure to do what is not in, to do what's not in India's best interests. Our place is the best. I'll have to look at this. What is this our place thing? देखना पड़ेगा. Okay, where are we? What else is there? This is a very long live stream, isn't it? Let's continue until the end of the match. What happened here? Somebody bowled a ball and it was hit for a six. Krunal Pandya hit a six. Is India ready for a war with China? I think India is reasonably ready. India is prepared for various eventualities. We have certain advantages when it comes to the terrain with the geography. And I don't think it would be very advisable for the Chinese to engage in a misadventure with India, because we have several levels of response ready for the Chinese. And I'm not sure the Chinese would do very well. So I think India is reasonably ready for a potential war with China. But of course, we should never be complacent. We should never take anybody for granted. China is a bigger economy, much powerful, much more powerful military than India. So, yes, we need to take those things into account and never take any enemy for granted. All right. It's a funny question somewhere. Can Bangladesh acquire nukes? I suppose they can. I suppose they can. I mean, building nuclear weapons isn't that difficult. What you need is reasonably sufficient quantities of the highly enriched uranium 235 or plutonium. If you have the right amount of that, you can build a nuclear weapon. It's not very difficult. The engineering part is about miniaturizing your warhead. So it should not be very hard for any nation with nuclear capabilities or nuclear reactors to be able to do this given enough time, and if they are allowed to do that. So yeah, they could acquire nukes. It's not very difficult. I mean, I have a video on this channel about how you can essentially build a nuclear weapon in your backyard if you have the right ingredients. Is time an illusion? Maybe. We don't know what time is. Time is one of the great mysteries in science and in physics. So is time an illusion? It's been 4 hours, 12 minutes since this live stream started. Is that an illusion? No, it's quite real. But what exactly is time? We don't have a clear definition of what time is in physics. We use time in our differential equations and in our considerations, in our calculations, but we don't know what it is. Where does time come from? Is time something that emerges out of somewhere? Is time an emergent property of the universe? Is time quantum in nature? Are there atoms and molecules and quanta of time? We don't know. We don't have any of these answers. But it is something that does exist. It is something that's real. So, to some extent, it's not an illusion, but at a deeper level, it may actually be. Maybe there is no past, present, future. Maybe it's all at the same time. Maybe past, present, future actually exist at the same, actually coexist, perhaps. So yeah, that's what I could say. Where is it? Okay, Subha. The reason for quantum fluctuations in the early universe. Well, quantum fluctuations arise out of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle. Uh, there is So, according to the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, you cannot measure two correlated variables with precision ever. So, position and momentum. For instance, if you know exactly where a particle is, if you know exactly where the position is, you have a great uncertainty in the momentum. If you know the momentum with a great amount of certainty, there's a great amount of uncertainty in the position, and similarly energy and time. So because of this fundamental quantum property of reality, these quantum fluctuations happen, which means that in empty space, in vacuum, you have virtual particle antiparticle pairs popping into existence, and before the time window of the Heisenberg uncertainty principle closes, these two particle antiparticle pairs, these two particles, they collapse back into nothingness. So you are borrowing energy from space time, and within the time limit you're giving it back to space time, and this is something that is experimentally observed. So essentially, this the Heisenberg uncertainty principle is the reason for quantum fluctuations. But why is it so? That's a deeper reality that we still don't know quite very well about. So quantum mechanics, quantum physics is still very mysterious, but that's what I could say in brief. The reason for quantum fluctuations. Right, where is the match going? They need 5 runs to win from 5 balls. Hoga? Nahi hoga? Will it happen? Bangladesh. Is a military coup possible in India? No, not possible. A military coup is not possible in India. Now, why am I saying it's not possible? That will take me some time to explain. But if you want to know, read the book by Dr. Edward Luttwak. The name of the book is Coup d'etat. So, in that book, if you read that book, you will understand exactly why a coup d'etat is not possible in a country like India, whereas it is possible in countries like Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and China. But it's not possible in India. Okay. See, this is called wisdom. This is called the real Gyan. Nepal is the strongest power. Nepal is the center of the universe. How did ancient Indians collect astronomical data? Through observations, naked eye observations. As far as we know, telescopes had not been invented in ancient India, as far as we know. So, thousands and thousands of hours of naked eye observations and recording of the data. That's how we collected astronomical data, and that's what the Europeans were able to acquire from us. So, if you look at the what is it called? Kepler's laws. There are three Kepler's laws, right? This guy Kepler, Johannes Kepler, was able to come up with these three laws based on data that was acquired from India, astronomical data. And that's something that they will not talk about. 4 runs. Done, is it? So they need 1 run from 3 balls. It's almost done. Is it true that India was offered a permanent seat in the UN Security Council? Yes, it is true. And if you go onto my Twitter account, Twitter profile, you will find links to the evidence, multiple links from multiple sources that all demonstrate that India was offered a permanent seat in the UN Security Council multiple times in the 1950s. Uh, every country shows their history as per their national interests. So, how do you know the true history? You can never really know the true history. There's always some amount of propaganda, some amount of narrative building, narrative construction, and so on. So, the best way to know the true history is to look at hard evidence like archaeological evidence, and to look at genetic evidence, and to look at any matter from multiple angles, from multiple perspectives, and and to read as much about it as possible from all perspectives. Then you will know what the true history is. And there's a six, and the match is over. So LSG have won the match, and Mr. Badoni hit a six. Yay! Good job. All right. So let me take one final question. Will India get a permanent seat in the UN Security Council in the next 10 years? The answer is no. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. All right, ladies, gentlemen, friends, Indians, non Indians, countrymen, countrywomen, etc. Thank you for being here on this live stream all these 4 hours. Was a great experience. So let's do this again sometime, and I will see you soon. So that brings me to the end of today's session. Thank you very much. It was great fun, and we'll do this again. Take care. Bye.